I want to talk today about finding your community and how kind of together we can be tech leaders of tomorrow. That sounds, I proposed this title as kind of a clickbaity title, and I guess it kind of stuck. So, but yeah, let's hop into it here. So maybe a little bit more about me. I'm a quantum computing technologist. So I did my PhD in quantum computing, and now kind of work as a software developer, working on open source quantum computing projects. I also, to kind of support this, also am an author. So I've written a book with Manning actually called Learn Quantum Computing with Python and Q Sharp. It'll be out in print in December. But I also have written books for younger adults about different STEM topics. And also do a lot of streaming on Twitch. So you can find me where you're watching here, but Crazy for Pi 314, 10 a.m. Pacific, Tuesday, Wednesday, Fridays. And I'm also community builder. So, and that's kind of primarily what I want to talk to you about today. So when I'm talking about community here, what I'm talking about and intending to describe is basically our technology minus the code. So there are so many things that kind of go into the tech we're building that is not literally the code. There's licensing, there's, I mean, you can't separate the people who have made it from the thing itself. So I want to address basically everything but the technical parts of our technology. And in general, community is really good. It helps us learn and share our work, whether it's kind of study groups or just learning new technical skills or teaching technical skills. It helps us with the technical, helps individually support us when we need help. Whether it's things like career advice or emotional support. And it helps us build professional teams that really are fun to work with. But really, one of the biggest challenges I found with this is not a resource that everyone has. So these communities, whether it's kind of the organically grown ones, that just kind of arise around a technology, or whether they're groups that are actually kind of formed by companies or workplaces, they're not always inclusive. And this is especially true in tech. And I think that's something that really, one of the main takeaways I want here is for folks to kind of be more intentional about making sure everyone is welcome in their communities. So I really do feel when people build inclusive communities and then build tech in those communities, everyone wins. It's a win-win situation. So to kind of elaborate on these different points here and ways in which community can really be helpful to us, I want to do it in a case study style. So I'll go through and talk about a couple different communities that I've encountered throughout my career, and either are still a part of or whatnot, and just kind of show how they impacted me and some tips on how to find communities or how to leverage kind of similar sorts of benefits from communities around you. So firstly, I want to talk about how communities help us learn technical things. And I think my picture went away. The first community that I was a part of was called Math Lab. And basically that was at my undergrad institution. It was entirely students tutoring other students. It was just a free walk-in tutor lab for kind of math help. And it really helped me learn how to not only the content and technical content that I was learning as a part of school, but also how to teach the content and how to teach better, and just kind of repeatedly going through and explaining derivatives or statistics, whatever it might have been. It really helped me feel not only more confident about the content, but more confident about the my ability to kind of explain and teach that. I may not have made as good fashion choices at that point, but Moving on. Um, so how can we learn and teach better in our communities? So something I've been seeing more recently, especially with, all of community is kind of facing a large challenge with everything now being physically remote. Um, it's much harder to build community that way. But I think learning new things and especially doing so together can be a good way to kind of bridge that distance gap. So I've seen a lot of groups in different communities start study groups, just rotating, whether it's going through a book or going through like docs for a project or package or whatever. And just kind of like rotating, I guess it's kind of like a book club, but where the book is teaching you Rust or something like that. And yeah, I've it's been really cool and definitely something I'm going to be adapting for some of the communities I help maintain. Um, you can also write or add documentation to a project. So I kind of think of this as like async teaching and learning. You're not necessarily doing things, face to face or audio channel to audio channel, but you can really kind of get some of that feedback going and interact with folks, whether it's on GitHub or whatever way the project is hosted. You can also answer Stack Overflow questions. I've been doing a lot more of this recently, just because I know I've found very helpful Stack Overflow answers throughout my career, and it's kind of really fun to be at this point where now, like, I actually can answer some of these, and really helps combat, I think, some of the imposter syndrome that so much is so prevalent in the tech industry. We see these like 10x engineers with the what do you do in your free time, and it's all just open source contributions because they code in their free time, and it's just, yeah, there's a lot of that. But building up kind of your own knowledge and being able to using that to actually answer some people's questions can be really helpful. Something else that I've actually here, let me turn me off for a second. Something else that I found really exciting recently and about the last 6 months is doing live coding. So this is mostly what I do here on Twitch, is kind of go through and show people what code for a quantum computer looks like. And it's honestly really fun because basically I end up pair programming with a bunch of strangers in chat. And it's great. I'm kind of teaching some of the quantum development stuff, and I've had people help me like with my PowerShell config or editor config or fixing my websites. It's just such a fun way to kind of exchange knowledge and work together with people that I definitely would not have otherwise had the opportunity to do so. So yeah, if if you're interested, definitely come check out the Twitch. And there's also tons of it's pretty common. This live coding on Twitch is actually really common, and you can find, like, if there's anything you want to learn, whether it's Rust, web development, quantum computing, you can find people who both are knowledgeable about it and doing it, or you can find people who are also interested in learning something. I heard somebody describe kind of live coding or learning on Twitch as kind of like a good accountability thing, and I can definitely second that. So it's a fun way to kind of find a community around learning something. So yeah, I think that kind of covers part one. So for part two, I want to talk a little bit about how communities can help us grow. Help us grow as people. I'm back. So as an aside here that will be relevant, one of my favorite things in the world are photons. So I still cannot believe that there are individual particles of light that we can count with detectors. And pretty much the primary reason I went to grad school was because people said, hey, you can build things that make photons and count photons. And I said, yes, I will do that. This is a picture of me in the laser lab doing questionable things, but glowing nonetheless. And so I went to grad school, but really it was one of the worst experiences of my life. I encountered a ton of harassment and discrimination and IP theft, and really didn't have any institutional support or community from the places that I was supposed to have community, with your fellow students or lab group members, with the institution, with the university more broadly. Like, all of these groups and communities should have been there to support me, but they were actually the ones kind of actively doing the harm. And so, you know, I knew I kind of needed this support network, and given that I couldn't find it, I I took another route. So the second community I want to talk about is FemPhys. So this is a kind of student group at the University of Waterloo that I actually helped found, but really kind of helped fill that gap that I had. Um, and so if the community that you need doesn't exist, you can make it. It actually kind of grew out of meeting some other students from the university at an international conference that was actually in town. And we all were talking and we're realizing, hey, actually, talking with each other right now was really helpful. Maybe we should kind of broaden this and make sure this is a resource for everyone. And so, we hosted seminars and discussion groups on inclusion and intersectionality in STEM. And we also, one of our kind of most popular things we did was Tea and Talk, where basically we just had a set aside time, same place, same time every week. Folks could come and chat with us, and just, there was no set agenda, just whatever was on your mind, and we'd have some tea. And I think, having an open forum like that, where people could talk about what was either bothering them or they were excited about, was really part of a resource that, most of the other women on campus did not have in their formal communities. But mostly what I learned from this group is how best to take care of myself and others. So I had never really heard of the term self-care before, and really learned how important that was to me, and what types of self-care really worked for me. At the time, it was, finding groups to go do weightlifting with. And having kind of run into a lot of burnout lately myself, trying to come back to that and remember some of these skills that I learned from this community, mainly has manifested in playing a lot of Animal Crossing. So if you like Animal Crossing, please find me on Twitter and I will send you my friend code. But yeah, like this, I don't think I would have really understood or appreciated what this self-care like looked like in person. Like, yes, I can read things about it, but like seeing people say, hey, I'm not going to have time to do this because this is the weekend and I've got other things to do, setting good work-life boundaries, stuff like that. So how can we grow as individuals within our communities? So the first and biggest one that I know I constantly need reminders of is to ask for help. Like, there's so much going against, if you see stereotypes of people like asking for help, oh, they must not be able to cut it, or they're not good enough, or whatever. Like, let's A, not normalize that, and B, normalize asking for help. And whether that's mentorship, or brainstorming, or on a technical thing, like, what I've always been so surprised by is, maybe I shouldn't be, but like how supportive the communities that I'm in and how willing people are to do things to help you. It's very, very heartwarming. Stacy Nash asks in chat, did you find any supportive male colleagues in grad school? Any at all? Yes, and I ended up marrying one of them. So, but yeah, basically it was few and far between, let's just say. And some of them that like to pretend or say that they were like allies or advocates very often would not broken mirror might be that person in chat. But yeah, so I think it definitely taught me to really kind of make people have, especially male people who identify as allies, kind of have to prove it before. Like, I don't care if you just say it. You kind of have to prove it to me first. So yeah, but back to and please feel free to ask questions in chat. I'm quite used to watching that while I talk on Twitch. But yeah, so be a self-care role model. This is something I've really appreciated. Recently, especially with the pandemic, having people put things in their email like, please don't feel, my work hours are not your work hours. Don't feel obliged to respond to this email, when you are not working, like, and really emphasizing and reminding people that we are humans first and developers second. We can't develop anything if, we as humans are not healthy. So, Candace asks, or yeah, I think that's Candace, New York. If you had been in the position of power, what would you have done differently? I mean, honestly, believe women. Most of what the kind of adversarial like relationship and stuff with the official university and channels were that they either did not believe what was happening, even with like literal written or video evidence, like, or the fact that we had tens of people coming forward and reporting the same thing, and them just saying, either ignoring or choosing to just dismiss it. But yeah, like, yeah, believe people when they report things, basically, and take it seriously. Like, the policies in some sense were fine, but they just chose not to use them. So other things as in communities that we can do here to really help are to validate everyone's presence. And so whether that's asking for people's pronouns, making sure that our docs actually reflect, all users that of our projects and packages and stuff that we want. Also codes of conduct. So, make sure if you're hosting an event or running an event, you have a code of conduct. It may seem silly, and so many people want to just say, oh, well, just be respectful or whatever. And it's like, yeah, but sometimes, like, when you get into these edge cases, you really need to spell it out. And that, especially if you are a maintainer or an organizer, that really is a huge boon to you in giving you the tools to say, hey, this behavior is not okay. I'm going to have to ask you to leave. And you can just say, you agreed to be, to abide by these rules. Stacy says, true, I've worked in male-dominated environments most of my life. A woman really has to want to pursue her passions in the face of men who don't get it. Yeah. I mean, I can't count how many times, like, having gone to conference, this came up on Twitter just the other day, having gone to conferences where, both me and my partner are there. We both have PhDs in the field. We're both there for research. And even like I'm giving a talk and they're like, oh, so whose wife are you and where are your kids? Like, yeah. Validating everybody's presence. So as you might guess, I did still finish my PhD. But despite, so I posted this picture on Twitter like right before I was about to turn it in, and thankfully my Twitter community pointed out that I put this as the year 2016. So either it took me a really long time to finish, or I needed to reprint that title page. But yeah, I still managed to finish, and really, really in large part thanks to the help from the community, like FemPhys, that I had to really validate and support what I was going through. So yeah, the last community I want to talk about here is, or aspect of how community can help us, is how communities can help us develop as professionals. So after grad school and some postdocs, I basically was on the job market and trying to understand. Like, I knew I had nominally, I did a lot of software, a lot of coding for my research work. So I was like, I could probably be a software developer. Yeah. But I just assumed that, developers would sit down, you'd open a new like notepad, and you would just type an entire like web server out and then ship it and then be like, like, I don't know. I just had no idea what it actually looked like to be a software developer. And so, I just had this huge kind of imposter syndrome. Like, yeah, I know how to write code. I can do Python stuff, whatever, but I'm not a developer. Like, that's next level. But honestly, social media and kind of finding some community there really helped me learn what actually developers do on a daily basis. Tierney is one of my good friends, but said that, like, in this case, there was a single command that could have solved an entire day's worth of work. And those were mistakes and experiences I was familiar with, and so it's like, okay, maybe this is a thing I could do. And so I ended up, I just took a stab at it and made a PR to this open source quantum programming language called Q#, made by Microsoft. And I really did it kind of in encouragement. Volker Gobble says, if you write code, you're a developer. Yeah, no, I agree with that. And Stacey Nash, your talk gives me hope that the tech field is better for women in 2020 and beyond. Yeah, like, I don't know. I've really, well, as we'll see here, the third community I want to talk about is the open source software community. And I really, really have enjoyed kind of participating and being a part of this and contributing back. It's literally my job now to do open source stuff, and I love it so much. I literally made this commit while sitting, so made my first like publicly accepted PR while sitting at Build in 2019, and like with with Allison here sitting next to me being like, yep, you can click that button, and then yep, that's how you do it, and then it's green and you're okay. And I'm like, it was really helpful to kind of have somebody just, I mean, I knew technically what I needed to do. I'd made PRs on my own repos before, but like, having that support was invaluable. So yeah, let's talk about the open source software community. Because one of the other things I learned from this is I really like sprints and I really like project management. Having good project management on a project is such a dream. So, kind of, I had this experience kind of going to some conferences in the area, and I started trying to seek out. I was like, all right, I want to learn more about kind of the tech space here in Seattle. I just moved to the area. How do I find these groups? And especially when you're new to an area, or perhaps you're like, I had the situation where like no one at my work knew anything about what I did not, wasn't interested in the same things. How do I find people and friends outside of my work environment? Which was honestly not something I really had done much of before. So I found meetup groups, and meetup.com or .org, I think, is pretty popular in the US, but there are lots of sites like this that will, kind of list events and stuff. And so like here in Seattle, I started going to Pi Ladies, to Our Ladies, to Women in Data Science, Coffee Ops. Like, it was so fun to see how these different communities kind of both organize themselves, and like to just kind of see what people were working on, what were people excited about, what is this Kubernetes thing, and should I know about it? So yeah, like, and from that, these groups really helped me learn how to network. They were, tons of like kind of micro interactions that really helped me practice networking. And it's how I actually ended up giving last year a talk at Hackaday SuperCon, which is, the maker community. I always loved doing maker stuff, but I hadn't really kind of participated in that community. But I happened to meet someone on Twitter who saw what I was talking about. I was like, this this is maker stuff. You should come talk to us. Because one of the things was I melted a bunch of stuff with lasers for my PhD. So I got invited to come give a talk at Hackaday SuperCon last year, which was super, super fun, which definitely would not have helped or would not have happened without this networking. And as another example here, like I got from PyLadies a free pass to go to Microsoft Build, which is like a multi-$1,000 conference admission sort of thing when I was unemployed. And so I used this as a way to network. And then the next year, I ended up actually being a speaker at Build, which I was so excited about. So, and this really all happened from the open source communities that I was kind of a part of and working with. So some brief networking tips. Some of these are more challenging again now with COVID, but as much as sometimes I don't like it, use social media at events, tag meetup groups, tag event stuff. It helps people find and remember you. Ask a lot of questions and don't be afraid of following up after the event. I usually make like a sticky or something of like, oh, hey, this person was really cool. Or, if it's virtual or like if it's in person, I'll like get their card or something like that. Yes, I'm old school and I like cards. And just, follow up with them on LinkedIn afterwards and just say, hey, I'd love to connect. And I follow up with a lot of people that way and are now working on some really cool projects because of. And I also like having fun icebreakers this is somewhat more relevant if you're there in person, but like just to kind of get people talking. My favorite icebreaker is, what's your favorite icebreaker? So that feels kind of meta. Claire Clayton in the Bay says, it seems like even in spaces where you didn't find support, you still have knowledge. How to find a tech community if you neither have support or knowledge? I can't afford to go to school. That's a great question. And you're totally right. I had the privilege of education and also being white that really kind of, like, there were still spaces that were easy for me to kind of get into. One of the nice things about programming in tech is that there are so many free online resources that you don't necessarily need a formal education. Like, I still at some level feel like I'm an imposter in the tech area because I don't have a tech degree. Like, yes, I have physics stuff, but no one taught me how to program there. So, I strongly encourage, find, like, that's where those study groups can be really helpful. Like, I know the PyLadies, like, some of the local groups are kind of just like going through like a TEDx course or an edX course or things like that. Whether they're free or low cost online resources. And honestly, like, a lot of my friends and people I see on Twitter are also folks with similar background who have no formal education in tech. And, I think open source has really done a good job of democratizing that knowledge and making it easy for people to kind of learn without having or paying for formal education for. So, and definitely like check out people on Twitch who are like learning stuff that you're interested in. You can watch somebody go through and learn stuff, and you can do it with them. And like, yeah, so now I have so much stuff I do in open source and repos and organizations that I help manage. And I don't know, I would have never imagined that this was something that I could do even like 2 years ago. So kind of in summary here, I want to talk about community can be a great resource for learning new things, kind of like we were just talking about. Just look for the stuff, and whether it's stuff in your area or if some of the community groups that I help maintain, like Wicca, Women in Quantum Computing and Applications. It was a local meetup group before, but now we do everything remote, so anyone in the world can join us. I think you'll find a lot more of that now as well. So go to some of the talks, like chat with people in chat. Offer to follow up with them afterwards, and you really it can really help you get some new resources for either learning things. Communities can help us practice self-care for ourselves and others, I also like watching talks like this because it kind of helps recharge me and remember what my purpose is, which is first and foremostly to take care of myself. Because without that, I can't help take care of others. And community can help us grow our professional network. I think my recent career stuff is like the biggest testament to that, and I would strongly encourage you to I use Twitter a lot, but there are tons of folks on different social media platforms, or on like LinkedIn is really popular. So in summary, community, find or build what you need to succeed. And together we can all be tech leaders tomorrow. So thanks everybody in chat for the questions. And if you have more questions for me, I'll be on the Manning Slack afterwards, or you can also check out find me where is convenient for you. So whether that's Twitter, Twitch, LinkedIn, wherever, please feel free to connect with me. So have a great afternoon or midday or whatever time of day it is where you are. And I think we're going to learn next about algorithmic engineering with large data sets. So that should be exciting. Have a great day, everyone.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Dzejla. First of all, thank you, Sarah, for a great talk and for the introduction. The topic for my talk today is a little bit more technical, but I got so inspired by the previous speaker and by photos from grad school. They're always somehow full of suffering and enthusiasm together. So I am Dzejla Medjedovic, and I live in Sarajevo. I come from Sarajevo, Bosnia and Herzegovina, and I'm a professor here at International University of Sarajevo. And I went to grad school to the U.S., and it's a really unique experience. A lot of people debate. You can see on Quora and everywhere, like, should I go to grad school? Well, it's definitely a very unique experience. And so after I finished the PhD and I was working on algorithms for massive data sets as my PhD, after I finished my PhD, I came back to Bosnia and I became a professor. So that's kind of in short my bio. So today's talk is going to focus on algorithmic engineering with large data sets. So basically, what happens when you're working as a software developer or a data scientist or a backend engineer and you encounter a lot of data. So how do some common bread and butter algorithms and data structures, how do they change when you're given a lot of data? What are the problems really with big data? And specifically, I'm going to focus a little bit on Bloom filters. They're kind of the celebrity in the area. Before I begin, I would like to acknowledge my colleagues, and I really had a good laugh when somebody asked Sarah about finding supportive male colleagues, and when she said, yes, I found one and I immediately married him. So it's kind of a similar story here. So Emin Tahirovic is my colleague and my partner, and we're writing a book together. And also Ines is our friend and colleague with whom we're co-authoring the book, and Ines is in charge of all the illustrations in our upcoming book with Manning. So all the topic and some of the examples and the illustrations from this talk are from there. And there's a link below for the MEEP edition of the book. So if somebody's interested in more details, that's where you can see it. Okay. Cool. Okay, so if you're working as a software engineer in a company, here is one, kind of a typical classical problem you might encounter. So let's say you're working for a company, a media company that wants to analyze news articles, and more specifically speaking, like comments, right, on user comments that are below the articles. So normally there are many comments below articles and there are many articles. So in this particular example, I'm saying, let's say there's like 100 million articles and 3 billion user comments, and some, it's about 600 gigabytes of data approximately, depending on many things, but roughly speaking. So something you would like to do with that data is, first of all, you would like to build some kind of a store that would be able to answer questions like, is a particular comment available? Is it present in the store? Is the article present in the store? You would like to classify usually articles and comments according to some recurring themes, right? According to topics, what keywords occur frequently. And a general problem that actually, before you begin anything, you tend to have with data is there's usually a lot of duplicates, because often it happens that, things were collected, on at different times. So you kind of get a lot of duplicates. So this might be kind of a regular format. You might encounter one potential format of one comment. So like a comment ID, article ID, who was the user, what was the text of the comment, how many people viewed it, how many people liked it. A lot of times you're interested in some kind of popularity analysis, like what were the most commented on articles, what were the most liked comments, and so on and so forth. So we're interested in that popularity analysis. Now, one of the basic questions when you are solving a problem like this at your job is, well, how am I going to store the data, right? And data is commonly stored in data structures, and most engineers are familiar with basic bread and butter data structures, whether you learned it in your algorithms course or you learned it when you were studying for coding interviews. These are kind of recurring topics in interviews. And most engineers are familiar with frequent trade-offs that exist between different data structures. So for example, you have, linear data structures that can be really fast for some things, and we usually say that as that's like a big old one, right? It's like instant operation. But then they're really slow on other operations, like an array is really fast if you want to add something to the end of it, if it's unsorted. So that's like a log where you're just adding more and more data. Usually that's something that's used in backup systems where you will not frequently revisit the data, but you need to store really fast. However, if then you need to search for that data, then that's going to be really slow. It's going to be on the order of the number of items that you stored. And the similar story, but maybe the other way around, is with some of the others, right? There's lists, there's vectors, matrices. And these data structures exist in all languages. Trees are something that basically maps. They are kind of consistently fast on many operations, which is logarithmic, meaning you can give it a really big data set, it's always going to be pretty fast. But usually kind of a common choice, and what everybody says after they come out of a computer science undergraduate and they, get a job, they say, we were studying those red-black trees so much, and AVL trees, and these trees, and those trees, and in the end, all I'm ever using is a hash table, right? So hash tables definitely don't receive enough attention in the regular curriculum. There might be historical reasons for it, but generally, hash table is kind of a blazingly fast way to add new data, to retrieve data, to delete data. And most languages have some sort of, like a dict in Python is a hash table, for example. So a hash table is kind of a natural choice in a lot of in a lot of software engineering. And so, for example, if we were to apply that to our example, we could build a hash table here where we're kind of mapping the comment ID to how many times we encountered that comment, right? So, comment 36457 occurred 6 times. So this is one way that, we can get rid of duplicates easily by building a table of hash table comment ID to frequency. On the other hand, if we're interested in certain topics, we can also build mini hash tables where we're mapping an article ID to how many times particular keyword occurred from a particular theme that we're interested in. And there's a lot of different ways that 10 software engineers would probably do 5 different things or 10 different things given the same problem, but using a hash table and maybe in this way is one of the common ways you would go about it. However, hash tables can get very expensive space-wise, right? So if we have the data set from our example, if we have 3 billion comments and each entry uses about 12 bytes, so maybe you're using here 8 and here you're using 4, it adds up pretty quickly, right? You end up getting like a 36 gigabyte hash table. Now that's much less than 600 gigabytes of data that you were given in the first place. However, it's kind of a forbidding number. And this is, in some sense, it's an overestimate because there will be duplicate comments, so you will not actually have 3 billion entries. But in the other sense, it's an underestimate because hash tables, in order to work efficiently, they need more space. They need either empty slots or they need extra space for pointers, depending on how they're implemented underneath. But it's always about like 2 times or, or 1.5 times the amount of space taken for data. Similarly here, even these mini hash tables can get really big. So now the problem is, why is that a problem, right? Why can't we just have a hash table that's 50 gigabytes or something like that? Well, we can. It's not that we can't. It's just that if we do, then that hash table will not be able to fit into a fast, small memory in a computer. So a typical computer has a so-called memory hierarchy, and it's a mix of different types of memories. And it's a mix of memories. If you look at this graph, this is the speed on y-axis, and this is memory capacity on the x-axis. So either you have memory that's really fast, like registers, L1, 2, 3 cache, or even main memory, or you have memory that's really big, like SSD or hard disk, or if you went even further, cloud or something like that, but it's also very slow. So a disk would be like 1,000,000 times slower than cache. So what would happen to our hash table, and the way things work in a computer is that in order to do any kind of computation on anything, you need to bring it to these tiny levels of memory that are really close to the processor. So now, if you can't fit it there, then your hash table has to be stored on disk. And at that point, it really becomes irrelevant whether you're using a hash table or an array or this or that. The main bottleneck becomes kind of moving data back and forth, because what you're going to have to do is take a small piece of it and move it here and work on it and then put it back and forth. Some of these algorithms actually that I'm drawing these arrows for, they're called external memory algorithms, and they work on optimizing how do you minimize the number of memory trips that you make. So I worked on external memory algorithms for my PhD. So basically, you have these different levels to kind of provide for the illusion of both speed and size, but it's not really the case. You can't store a really huge hash table and have it work fast. So what is the answer, right? Well, classical answer would be, if you're Google or if you're Facebook, you just get tons of RAM and you get really sophisticated infrastructure. Well, first of all, a lot of companies are not Google, and I believe probably a lot of software engineers work in companies that do not have infinite computing resources. And also, even if you are working for such a company and you do have huge amounts of RAM, you will find that those companies do not fill their RAM with hash tables. Actually, they found something kind of a little bit more efficient to do with their RAM. And that is one of those things is a Bloom filter. So we're going to see what Bloom filter is. Bloom filter is functionally very similar to a hash table. Basically, you can add things into it and you can query, right? You can ask whether something is in there. But the surprising thing about Bloom filter, unlike most data structures you use, is that you don't really store items into it, right? You don't store the original item like a comment ID or article ID. What a Bloom filter is basically is just an array of bits that are, so it's initially set to all zeros. And it also has a number of hash functions. So those two things together make up a Bloom filter. Something people think because that Bloom comes from blooming, because these hash functions actually set particular bits to 1 during insertion, but actually Bloom filter was invented by a person named Bloom, and even back in 70s, I believe. So anyway, so these hash functions are mapping items from 0 to the end. And how does it work? Basically, let's say I have an item like comment ID is X or article ID is X. And if I want to insert it, I first pull it through my hash functions. So in this case, I have 2 hash functions. And I have a Bloom filter that has 8 positions. So M is 8. So what I do is I pull it through hash functions and I get one of the values. Value can be between 0 and 7 in this one. And whatever is the value, I go to that position of the Bloom filter and change a 0 to 1. Right? So whenever I'm inserting items, I'm changing zeros to ones. I'm never changing ones back to zeros. If a location is already 1, it stays 1. So that's kind of pretty simple, and code is kind of pretty simple for this kind of operation. So let's say I inserted X, so I have a 1 and a 1, and here I have Y, and let's say hash functions for Y are 4 and 6, hash values, I'm sorry. So I go to positions 4 and 6, and I set zeros to 1. And so this is my resulting Bloom filter. So I didn't store really anything. I have just a bunch of zeros and ones. How I find something, how do I find something in a Bloom filter? Like, how do I determine whether X was stored? Well, I also pull it through these hash values or hash functions, and I go to those locations. And if all of them are 1, I say, yes, you inserted that thing, which makes sense, right? However, if I let's say had another one where 1 was 1 but another one was 0, then clearly I will say no, because that means I never really inserted that item. Otherwise, this one would have been a 1. So this is true. We did insert X in the previous slide, so we have a true positive. It's found. However, now I'm looking up a Z, which is something like a comment ID that I never inserted, right? And I generated hash values that are 4 and 5. So I go to those positions and they're both 1. And I'm going to say, yes, this element is in here. However, I never inserted Z. Basically, what happened is that X and Y together have set the ones of Z to, the hashes of Z to 1. So some other elements made Z's positions equal to 1. So basically, a Bloom filter gave me a false positive, right? And that can happen in a Bloom filter. So the whole point of why we're even doing this, to kind of zoom out a little bit, is that we're trying to save space. And the whole kind of name of the game is with how much space reduction can we get away with, but still have a really useful thing, right? So for us right now, the question is, well, how often does it make a mistake, right? How often does it give us a false positive? Like, is this really useful? And the false positive rate in the Bloom filter is the good thing is that it's really tunable. So you decide how high the error rate is going to be, right? And it's also going to depend on how much space you're willing to give to the Bloom filter. So that's kind of the main conflict, the main story behind these kinds of data structures. How can you, can you save space by keeping the accuracy? So the false positive rate is going to, of course, depend on how much space, your Bloom filter uses, and also how many items you insert, because every new item you insert is going to set some new bits to 1. So you're kind of saturating the data structure. And also you're saturating it with hash functions. So I wouldn't want to go too far into the theory of and the formulas, but just so you know, if you are if Bloom filter feels like something that might be useful to you, there's formulas that allow you to configure Bloom filter optimally, right? So that you make the best use of your space and you reduce the false positive rate. But in most real life applications, you will find most Bloom filters being 1%, 2% error rate. So the cool thing is on this graph, actually. So if I'm willing to spend only 8 bits per item, which is just 1 byte, right? So that's kind of really a tiny amount of space to use for one record. Records tend to be 8 bytes and much more. Well, if you're willing to use that much, then you can have a false positive rate that's somewhere along the line of 2 to 3% and use like a 5 or 6 hash functions. So why is this a good thing? Well, if I use just 1 byte per item, if we go back to our original hash table example, I will end up using 12 times less space for a filter than for a hash table, right? And if and that will give me like a 2% positive rate, false positive rate. So, and you can bring down that false positive rate if you are willing to spend, more space. So it's kind of up to you. So in that sense, a Bloom filter really is a winner because it kind of performs the same role as the hash table. And one of the main insights when you work with big data is that you can actually throw out the original data. You can, Bloom filter is just basically a bunch of zeros and ones. It's not, I mean, everything is a bunch of zeros and ones, but Bloom filter is explicitly zeros and ones. I never stored a single ID, and I can still tell you the truth most of the time, right? So that's kind of one of the main insights of this data structure and many similar ones. So what is the catch, right? What can't we do with the Bloom filter? Well, because it doesn't store the items, then you can't reconstruct the hashes the way you could in a hash table, right? So if you need to resize a Bloom filter, you can't, you actually need to reinsert all the items, right? So that's a tricky thing. So you need to know kind of beforehand what's the maximum amount of data that you might need. There's other data structures that I will mention that do something that are similar to Bloom filter but solve this problem. Also, Bloom filter cannot reliably delete, right? You cannot delete items because if I have a bunch of zeros and ones, and so now I want to delete something that has bits here, well, I don't know whose one am I deleting. So I can't really reliably delete because I never really inserted for real. So deleting would create false negatives. And you also have versions of Bloom filters that actually can do deletions. This is kind of the basic data structure from the 70s. However, one really good thing about Bloom filter is that when it tells you that an element is not present, you can actually trust it, right? So it will never make a mistake in that situation. So if it goes here, it's going to say the element is not present. You know it's the truth. And this asymmetry is really helpful to us. It has false positives, but it doesn't have false negatives. And this kind of thing is really well used in distributed databases. So Google's Web Table and Cassandra and a lot of commonly and widely used distributed databases, they organize some of their data into so-called sorted string tables. So here you have some kind of a mapping, like let's say a tweet ID to tweet text or something like that, right? So you have a bunch of these tables, and the tables are stored on disk, let's say on SSD. And SST and SSD. So, and the problem arises when somebody is doing a lookup. So I'm looking up a piece of information like a tweet. And if I were to go to disk and check every one of these tables for that information, that would really take a long time. That would slow down the rest of the whole application. So what they do is that they place a mini Bloom filter per table, right? So this Bloom filter is built on data from this table, and this one is built based on data on this table. So instead of asking the tables, I'm going to ask the Bloom filters. And the Bloom filter is, if it's going to tell me no, if it tells me no, it's just going to reroute my query to the next item. So I'm going to ask this filter, and it's going to say no. So, and actually, one of the best uses of Bloom filters is when it says no most of the time, right? Because it's going to rarely say yes, and this might be a false positive. And in that case, I'm going to go to disk and see that actually that piece of data is not present. But who cares? I just did one unnecessary disk seek instead of doing, 50 of them. So even though there is a false positive, there's a way to check it. It's just that you have to pay extra time. So the error is not kind of an irrevocable kind of error. So that's one of the major uses of Bloom filters. The original use, though, was in networks, because networks have this, it's kind of expensive to send things over a network. So whenever you are sending a list of some sort over a network, you might as well send a Bloom filter of that list. So an example here is if you take web proxies like a Squid or something like that, and let's say a user requests a web page. So the way they work is that first they check their own cache for the presence of a web page, because if they recently have accessed it, then they don't have to fetch it from anywhere. And if it's not in there, then they are looking up, they're interested in maybe one of their neighbors having recently accessed the web page. But how will they know, right? Well, they can maintain a Bloom filter of the cache contents from their neighbors, right? So if I get a yes on one of them, then I'm going to actually go and request it and allow that request to be satisfied by web proxy D. So that's another big use of Bloom filters in the networks. And a similar example is actually an example of Bitcoin, where people have a Bitcoin app on their phones, but there's so many updates that come in, because the whole point is that it's a transparent ledger type thing. So as a light client, as somebody who's on the phone, you don't have the capacity to receive updates on all the possible transactions. So what you can do is you can transmit a Bloom filter to the full node saying, here are the updates that I'm interested in. So Bitcoin also kind of popularized the use of bloom filters. That's another one application. There's many other ones. There's in bioinformatics, wherever you have large amount of data, you will find bloom filters because they're just very convenient. And one of the reasons why they're very popular is that they're very simple to implement. They're not too complicated to implement. But as I have mentioned before, the basic version of bloom filters leaves a lot to be desired. So you can't delete, right? So there's some variants that make up for that, right? Like a counting bloom filter can do deletions. A weighted bloom filter is the version that actually pays attention to the distribution of the queries. So maybe you're not every query is equally likely. Or maybe some queries, and actually in most of the real life scenarios, uh, there are some queries that are very frequent, right? So right now there's going to be the US election, so there's particular things that people are Googling all the time and some things that they're not Googling so much. So this bloom filter, weighted one, is optimized for getting those frequent queries right, because that brings your false positive rate down. As I said, I mean, this is some other talk. These data structures are kind of deserving of their own talk. Some of them are more complex. There's quotient filter, counting quotient filter, cuckoo filter, and these are some of the really exciting things that are at the intersection of industry, where people are really implementing these things, really need performance from them, and some really exciting algorithms research. I think when you are in grad school as a algorithms person, you don't really often have the opportunity to work on something that you're going to see somebody use, right? And I really had that luck. My advisor, his name is Michael Bender. He's somebody who has done a lot of both theoretical algorithms, but has also founded a startup that works with data structure. So this is one of our papers during grad school. And yeah, there can be a whole other talk on, grad school experiences. Maybe there should be a conference, everybody just talking about how it was in grad school. It's a much, it feels much warmer in retrospect. Like now I think it was perfect, but back then I think the photos were kind of, from that time, a little bit, I look a little bit troubled in those photos. Okay, so to go back to our original problem, this is what bloom filter solves, right? Now, if we might want to do more things, right? If you want to say how often certain keywords appear or what is the issue of duplicates, there are other data structures aside from bloom filter that are kind of in spirit very similar to bloom filter that can solve these problems and also solve them in a very small amount of space. One of them is count min sketch. I'm not going to talk about how count min sketch works, and we don't have enough time for that, but I just want to give you kind of an outline that it's kind of like a bloom filter, but two-dimensional in a sense. And also the error in count min sketch depends on its dimensions. But the main purpose of count min sketch is to give you the estimate of frequency. So for example, if you're working for Amazon.com and you're constantly selling books, right? Or Manning.com, and you're constantly selling books, and basically you're interested in some kind of popularity analysis, like what are the best sellers, and that often comes into the field of streaming data. Like there's so many updates that you can't really keep a correct count, a perfectly correct count of things. You're just interested in the big picture, but you're interested in real-time answers that are maybe not perfectly correct. So count min sketch can give you that. It can it can tell you approximate frequency of an element. So that's something that Bloom filter, the original one, cannot do. It cannot tell you how many times you inserted something. It just tells you yes or no. And Kalman Sketch can also, it can work for frequencies of like trillion size data sets, and it's just like a 1 megabyte size data structure. Another one, actually the last one I will mention, is hyperlog. And hyperlog can help with that problem of duplicates, right? So if you have a huge set and you are interested in the estimate of what's the true cardinality of that set, right? So you want to know how many unique items you have. That's a problem that you often encounter in databases and pretty much everywhere on the web. There's so many duplicates of everything everywhere. Or how many different files do you have on your computer or something like that. Hyperlog is a data structure that can help you do that. It's usually on the size, like on the order of kilobytes. A lot of people, when they just learn hyperlog for the first time, they think it's some kind of a magic, like something's not okay because it's so tiny. And it relies on kind of probabilistic properties of random strings. One of the cool things of hyperlog, even though I haven't said at all how it works and I'm not planning to, is that you can use it really well in a distributed setting. So if different computing nodes, let's say in a MapReduce infrastructure, if each one of them has a hyperlog and each of them computes cardinality, you can kind of do a union between hyperlogs and get the total distinct count, right? Whereas if you just kept distinct counts, like let's say how many users you had on a Monday versus, Monday versus Tuesday versus Wednesday, if you just kept distinct counts and you want the total distinct count over a week, you can't just add up these numbers. Whereas if you did kind of a union between these tiny hyperlogs, you can aggregate them in a meaningful way to get the right result. There's some really cool math behind all of these data structures, which I have to say is something that has attracted me personally to study them, but they happen to be really useful. One of the things that actually drew me to start writing a book on this subject is that this stuff is used a lot across industry, and you will find more about these data structures in Facebook's blog or Google's blog or Dropbox blog than in algorithms books. Or you will find a lot of resources if you look at the research papers, but research papers are often not written in a way that welcomes the reader. So that was kind of my motivation to write about these things. And kind of to conclude, we talked about these so-called space-efficient data structures and a Bloom filter, but there are many different ways to address problems with large data, especially when you talk about streaming data. Sampling is really popular. Like, how do you throw out most of the data and choose a small subset that's still going to tell you something meaningful about the data? Or, as I mentioned, external memory algorithms and data structures for databases. Like, how do you build a database engine that is optimized for fast inserts? That's a completely different type of algorithm than building a database engine for an application where you will frequently be looking up data, but you will not be changing it a lot. So there's a whole area of research there as well. Again, as I said, this is a very exciting area where algorithms and industry, kind of the theory and the practical community, really work well together. And to conclude, to address performance bottlenecks that are already arising, but will be arising more and more as the time goes, we really need clever algorithms and data structures, not just bigger and better hardware. And yeah, so that's kind of the part of the reason for that, is that there is some kind of a physical limitation in how much faster things can get hardware wise. So we need to find ways to go around it with efficient and clever data structures. You can find more details on how to configure Bloom filters in this. I posted a link to this free article by Manning that we were doing. And for any questions or comments, I'm available. And thank you for your attention.
All right. I'm talking about building a strong data science portfolio. And just a brief background on me, I'm a senior data scientist at Parker. To start, why have a data science portfolio? I think there are really a couple of good reasons. The first is to build your skills. Maybe you're taking classes or doing a lot of online learning, but really what's important is taking that next step and taking from studying, neural networks or regressions or clustering algorithms in your class and trying it out for yourself on a new data set, because that's where the rubber really meets the road. Next, it can advance your career. This was a tweet from now almost 6 years ago, where an engineer at Stack Overflow was saying this is why he loves working here, because you get answers like this one, pointing out an answer on the StatStack exchange. And he added to the answer, hey, I know you're finishing your PhD, but if you ever want to interview here at Stack, you can have one. And later, Dave Robinson, who answered the question, found out on the internal chat this is what was going on behind the scenes, where someone literally said, wow, what if we just hired that guy for their position as the first data scientist? And in fact, that's what happened. So a year later, Dave gave a recap on what it's been like to work as a data scientist on Stack Overflow. Now, Dave didn't post this answer thinking that, I'm going to play the long game and this is going to get me a job as a data scientist at Stack Overflow. But this is just one of the many things that can happen when you start putting your work out there for others to see. Next, you can expand your network. A while ago, I tweeted about Robert Chang's great data science blog post on what data science jobs look like, on choosing jobs and different types of projects. And a couple days later, Robert reached out to me saying that he really enjoyed my writings and thanks for sharing his work. This was great because Robert was someone that I admired. He's still a data scientist at Airbnb. I really liked his writings. That's why I was sharing it. And rather than me reaching out to him, by me having some of my work out there that he's read and then also sharing his work, he actually came to me. And finally, giving back. This is Jessie Megan sharing a quote that she thought of after reading one of my blog posts, which says, when you've worked hard and done well and walked through that doorway of opportunity, you do not slam it shut behind you. You reach back and you give other folks the same chances that helped you succeed. I think this is really important, especially if you're more senior, because maybe if you're, you're listening to this, you're a bit senior, you're like, well, I already have a job that I'm happy with. I already feel like I have a robust network. But you probably didn't always have that. And there are things that you've learned over the past months or years that you wish you had known when you were starting out that would have made it easier or maybe just made you feel less alone. That's why I think, and that's partly why I keep trying to write blog posts or give talks, is I want to share this knowledge that I've gained with other people and make it more accessible. With that, I'm going to go through 4 components that you can have in your portfolio. First is analyses. Then I'll talk about blog posts. Next, talks. And finally, making web applications. On analyses, I really think you can break it down into 2 approaches. One is you find a data set that you think is interesting and find some questions to investigate. So this is more of an exploratory approach where you could say like, oh, you know what, I really enjoy basketball. And let me just take a look at what data is out there on basketball players. And maybe I'll decide to do some math with movement on the courts. Or maybe I'm going to look at, can I predict the winner of a matchup based on how the players have been doing in the season so far? But really, you're starting first with that data set and then coming up with questions. On the other hand, you may have a question and then go out to find a data set to answer it. Let's take a look at both of these approaches. On the dataset to question part, a great resource for finding datasets, along with Kaggle, which many of you are probably familiar with, is Tidy Tuesday. Tidy Tuesday releases a new dataset each week, and while it's from the R for Data Science online learning community, the datasets are generally in CSV, so you can absolutely use Python to analyze it. It goes back now a couple years, so whether you're interested in sports, as I was talking about, or Star Wars, or weather data, or you can see right here just a sampling of what they have, I can almost guarantee there will be something that's interesting to you here. And what's nice is people then share what they learned using. So here we have someone sharing common genre combinations in anime and manga. Someone else looking at the age of Grand Slam champions. But maybe you do have a specific question. So going back to Dave Robinson, who had the job at Stack Overflow, this was a blog post that he wrote back in Trump's original 2016 presidential campaign, analyzing Trump's tweets. Because there had been this speculation that every non-hyperbolic tweet is from the iPhone, which is his staff, and every hyperbolic tweet is from the Android, which is him. But this was, while this is put on the tweet as a statement, this is really supported right now by anecdotal data by showing 2 tweets. And what Dave did was he used the Twitter API to gather all of Donald Trump's tweets, first compare them, seeing that the Android versus iPhone, there were very different patterns of when tweets were sent from each one, how they quote tweeted, and just a lot of other indications that these were clearly different people. And then he did a sentiment analysis, and we can see here that, in fact, yes, the Android one did have more negative sentiments. It was more likely to have sadness and fear and anger words. And this got picked up by some media outlets because, again, this has gone from this question or sort of statement, but with anecdotal data, to finding the data set, the tweets, and seeing if it could confirm or deny this. A couple tips when you're making an analysis. The first is to include visualizations. Now, the obvious thing here is to include graphs, but I like this example because it's something that you may not think could have been visualized. This is Jeff Cow, who at the time of doing this project was at a data science bootcamp. And what he did was he looked at 1 million pro-repeal net neutrality comments and found that they were likely faked. What the visualization shows here is it's not that these comments were identical, which would have been fairly easy to spot. Rather, they all shared a common structure. So we can see, for example, the one he highlighted, people like me, as opposed to so-called experts, should be free to buy whatever products they choose. Now, another comment has individual citizens, as opposed to Washington bureaucrats, should be able to select whichever services they desire, and so on and so forth. So what he was able to do is detect the similar structures in these comments, showing that these were almost certainly fake. Next, choose a topic you're excited about. It doesn't have to necessarily be something very serious. For example, Michels Salmon looked at, are Python users more likely to get into Slytherin? Showing how she used, again, Twitter data and searched through them and found that indeed, how she was classifying it, Python users were actually less likely to get into Slytherin, whereas RStats users were more. Finally, limit your scope. Here we have someone sharing that perfectionism can be a real hurdle, and that's one of the reasons it took so long to push out this blog post. I think this is really common, where you think, well, I can always do one more tweak or one more improvement, or it's just not quite ready yet. Like that last mile can be really hard to overcome. But I do think that having something out there is much better than nothing. And I encapsulate it like this. This is how I used to think about analyses. And I think this is still true from a learning perspective, but it's like it gets valuable at every step as you go along. So getting data, it's more valuable than just the idea. Then you get cleaning, exploratory, and so on until you have the final result. But in terms of your portfolio, really any work that is on your computer, even if it's a pretty much finished project, is just much less valuable than the work you shared online, whether that's in a GitHub or a blog or a Kaggle kernel. And that's why I don't say an analysis ends just with doing it, but really the full process is then sharing the code publicly on GitHub and ideally writing a blog post. When you put it on GitHub, I wouldn't just put 1,000-line R or Python file and just call it a day. Here were 2 projects I did while at a data science bootcamp. For the data science freelancers one, in the README, I first talk about what exactly I did in the project, giving some numbers. So I say that I collected information on more than 93,000 freelancers working on Upwork, their data science jobs, and the currently listed data science jobs. And then I create an application, linking to that application, to help data science freelancers find their best fitting jobs. When describing how the repository is structured, I identify each file because I've split up the script into multiple files and showing what it does. There's one file where I create the sets and another one where I make a plot. This allows someone who is, say, not a technical person to take a quick glance and kind of understand exactly what I did, what kind of skills I use, and how that might be useful to them. Now let's talk about blog posts. I first want to address where you can share blog posts. And there are really 2 main streams of options. The first is something like Medium or WordPress. That's easy and quick to set up. You get organic traffic. There is less customizability and control because what these 2 things offer is for people who don't want, many people out there who don't code, who don't want to set up their own website. With Medium, for example, you click a little write button, you can start writing a post, and you click post. And so they offer this, easy way to get started, but it does also mean you're limited by what they offer in terms of how much you can customize. And on the control part, if Medium decided tomorrow that they're going to paywall every article, you can't do anything about that. On the other hand, you have options like Blogdown or Pelican or Jekyll, where you create your own website. This allows you complete control. So if you're someone who enjoys writing CSS, you can customize the fonts and the colors and the style of your website up the wazoo. It's always going to be free. These are all open source tools. It does take a little longer to set up, and you may get stuck debugging issues. So for example, with Blogdown, maybe a version of something was updated and your theme for your website no longer works, so you can't update it. These are downsides. I think in the long run, it's a little bit better to have your own website that you set up. But if this is something that's stopping you from starting to blog, absolutely go with a Medium or WordPress or just anything that will let you get your thoughts out there. When it comes to what to blog about, first easy thing is to explain your analysis. So that analysis you did as part of your project portfolio, write a blog post on it. This is one on the gender wage gap in Australia that includes some visualizations of different jobs and what the wage gap is between men and women. But you could also do something different, like teach a concept. Julia Silke here is using Stack Overflow data to teach principal components analysis, taking something that she expects her domain or she expects her readers to be familiar with, and showing how that can demystify a bit what exactly principal components analysis is doing. You could share an experience. For example, Daniela Vasquez here is sharing her experience at the RStudio conference after getting their diversity scholarship. If you've been attending meetups or online conferences like this one, you can write a blog post about what you learned and what you thought was valuable. Or you could give advice. This is the Our Ladies New York City blog, where the speakers from the New York Art Conference shared their experience and tips. Or my co-author, Jacqueline Nolis, sharing about how she thinks about prioritizing data science work in these 4 quadrants. Really, there's a lot of options here for what you blog about. And I want to emphasize that you are often best positioned to help people one step behind you. So for example, when I was in my bootcamp, I wrote a blog post about better Python plotting with Seaborn. I had just started to learn, I'd previously used R, and I just started to learn plotting in Python, and I missed ggplot too. And someone pointed me to Seaborn, which was as easy as putting an import Seaborn at the top of your file, and it changed the default colors and backgrounds of every plot. I wanted to share this with the world. So I wrote a pretty basic introduction to Seaborn, how easy it is to get started with it, and a few tips about choosing colors for your graph. you absolutely have something to offer to people. So don't let yourself feel that it's only the experts who can give advice or write a tutorial. And speaking of blogging, not having to be an expert, talks are another great way to build up your portfolio and start sharing what you've learned. I want to start out by saying that talks are not just for extroverts. Here's a tweet I really like, where Kevin is saying that actually he thinks talks are especially helpful for introverts because it makes networking a lot easier. Now, it's a bit different, of course, being in COVID times and everything being remote, but when it's in person and you're at a conference, if you've ever been to one before, it can be a little nerve-wracking. You feel like, oh, I'm here to make connections and network, but I feel like the table's quiet. But if you're a speaker and you speak earlier in the conference, people start coming up to you and they'll either ask questions about your talk or even just they're a face that they recognize. And so they'll come up and say, oh, I enjoyed your talk. And you could then start discussing something totally different. I found this to be really true in my case, and that's one of the reasons I really enjoy giving talks. Now, where can you start when you want to give talks? Because blog posts, no one can stop you from setting up your own blog, but to give a talk, well, I guess you could just declare on the internet one day you're going on YouTube Live and giving a talk, but realistically, you'd probably want to give one at a meetup or a conference, and there's someone organizing this who has to say, yes, I want you to speak. So how can you get started? Well, Meetup is a great place to go. Now, again, most meetups have moved online, but this is actually a little bit better because now you're not limited by whatever area you live in. So, for example, if you live in a pretty rural area, you could still give a talk at, say, a New York City meetup. Here's one meetup in London that's actually explicitly said we're always looking for presenters and new members are always welcome. So a lot of meetups, are actively looking for speakers because, they want to give a meetup every month and they need you as much as you need them. If you're a gender minority and you like programming in R, I really recommend the group R Ladies. There's also a similar one for Python called Pi Ladies. And these groups are great. There's chapters all around the world, and it's an especially friendly audience. This is the one I actually got started in, the New York Open Statistical Program Meetup. And I want to share a little bit about that story. So Jared Lander asked me to speak because I'd been a regular attendee for some months since moving back to New York in the summer of 2016. He knew I started at Etsy in December, and he said, hey, I want you to give a talk at our meetup about what you've learned at Etsy. And this was the first talk I ever gave. So in July 2017, I gave a talk called A/B Testing in the Wild. It was basically what I learned from going from academia and doing social sciences experiments to running A/B tests with live website visitors on the scale of millions of users per day. The nice thing here is this has a snowball effect. So soon afterward, I got an email from Major Chris Collins at West Point, who said that he had seen my talk and he wanted to invite me to speak to the students and faculty there. And I did. This was a really great experience. I also got a tour of the campus, and it was just a really nice example of how once you start speaking, other people might see that talk, or when you apply to conferences, you can share video, and then soon enough, you'll start getting more and more talk invitations because you'll have shown that you can do it and could do a good job. Now, these were cases where someone asked me to speak, but there's also many conferences that use a system of call for proposals where people will submit their talk ideas. Here's one example from PyData. There's a couple points I want to talk about here on how to write a good CFP. First is look for conferences offering first-time speaker help. This is good in two ways. One, it means that they are especially looking for and welcome to first-time speakers. And two, that you'll get help, that you'll get someone who will review your slides or practice your talk with you. And this can be really nice, especially if you're nervous about speaking. Next, when you're writing your CFP, be succinct and follow what they say as their guidelines. For generally, you'll submit an abstract, which is a summary of your talk. And if they say they want between 300 and 500 words, follow that. When you're writing it, focus on the outcome for attendees. Why should people bother to attend your talk? What will they take away? What will they learn? And how will they be better for coming to it than they were before? and make it topical. Here, for example, at PyData, they say they welcome presentations focusing on Python as well as other languages used in data science. So a presentation on web development for nothing data science related is probably not going to be accepted simply because it's off topic. If you're looking for help, going back to the group I mentioned before, Our Ladies, they have an abstract review where you can, before submitting to a conference, you can fill out this Google form and someone will review the abstract for you and give you feedback. Finally, let's talk about making applications. Here's an example app that someone made for following conference tweets. Here we can see that they have lots of different things that you can look at. So first we've got statistics at the top. We can see tweet volume looking past couple days. We can see a tweet wall. So if you want to view some actual tweets, the schedule of the conference talk, and many more features. This is a really practical thing, for example, for folks who couldn't attend the conference and want to know what were some of the highlights, and they could go and look at what are people tweeting about and focused on. This is one from my co-author, Jacqueline Nolis, called Tweet Mashup, where you can combine any two Twitter accounts. So for example, you can mash up Elmo and BBC Breaking News tweets to create Theresa May says MPs will get vote on whether to hold another referendum if they were having a fancy dinner party for lunch. Ha ha ha. Elmo loves to play dress up. This is, of course, a little bit silly, but again, it's just like a fun application showing that, Jacqueline is capable of making this website. She can fetch tweets for any arbitrary Twitter handles that you put in there, and then she can combine them. Now, you can make web applications in a couple different ways. For Python, Dash or Flask are two popular options. And then for R, Shiny, I would say, is by far and away the most popular. And both of these tools, again, are integrated into languages that are the two most common ones used for data science and something that you might use at a company. When you've made an application, share it. So here we have Garrick sharing that application on tweets for a conference. And Jacqueline's tweet mashup also got a viral tweet from a celebrity who had mashed up his own Twitter feed with someone else. In conclusion, I want to recap those 4 components. You can make an analysis, can do blog posts that share that analysis or talk about something else. You can give talks, or you can make web applications. These also aren't separate things. So we've already linked analyses and blog posts, but you could give a talk about what you blogged on or talk about the application you built. So really try to think of ways that, rather than thinking like, oh, this can only be a talk or this can only be an application, that really you could show it in your work in multiple mediums. Some additional resources for helping you get started. I really like these because they cover a big gamut of what might make you hesitate to build a portfolio, whether that's, feeling kind of uncomfortable or icky with like, oh, I don't really I should just, it should just be my technical skills that matter. Why do I have to brand myself? I don't like this terminology, personal branding. Go read Rachel Thomas's piece. If you're still, I'm not sure I really need a blog, is that helpful? Go read Dave Robinson's on why he advises aspiring data scientists to start a blog. If you're thinking about starting to speak, Cassie Kozikoff is at Google, and she's written this great resource on speaking at conferences. So there's a ton of other resources out there. So whether it's talks or making a web application or doing a blog, there are lots of people who have written things to help you. With that, I want to say thank you. You can find my blog on hookedondata.org. I'm on Twitter at Robinson_ES. This talk was based partly on my book, speaking of having, using work in multiple different ways, called Build a Career in Data Science. I have a chapter there, chapter 4, which is all about building a portfolio. And basically this book is essentially getting all the non-technical skills and knowledge that you need to get into data science and succeed in your data science job. If you're interested, Build Book 40% will get you 40% off. And with that, thank you so much. I think I can go take some questions in the Discord channel or maybe here, but I really appreciate you attending today.
Hi everyone, and thanks so much for tuning into this Women in Tech stream that these amazing women have put on for you. I'm super excited to be here today to talk to you about my career journey, where I've come, how I've got there, and some little tips and tricks along the way that I've found. And I hope this story and my journey inspires you to take your goals to the next level, achieve your dreams, and don't let anyone else stand in your way. So without further ado, this is my journey in tech and my career journey in general. You'll see from, as I talk through all of this stuff, that there's so many crossovers and interactions, and it's really exciting. So I really started my career journey at Melbourne University here in Melbourne, and I studied a Bachelor of Science, majored in chemistry, and also did a Master of Media Communication. Now a lot of people look at that and go, okay, well, what you're doing now has nothing to do with that, but what I did at university has really helped me get to where I am today. And I think that's one of the things that I'm really excited about, is that all the things that I have done throughout my university, the type of person I am, the personality I am, I have this really broad spectrum of just interests and skills. So I like science and tech and really hardcore, engineering, mathematics and stuff like that, but I also really like arts and humanities and history and things like that. And even if you look at, I like being outdoors and sport and things, but also like indoors and, working on a puzzle, whatever. So when I looked at my career, or the options for my career, I was sitting at uni going, how am I ever going to decide or pick something that fulfills all those interests, fields and all the different industries? And I kind of realized that there isn't really anything, but what ended up happening is I got headhunted to a position that kind of fulfilled a lot of that, and I really created my own position within that. So straight out of uni, I was headhunted by Carlton Connect. Back then it was called Carlton Connect, now it's called it's just called Melbourne Connect actually. Straight Melbourne Connect. So back then it was Carlton Connect Initiative, now it's the Melbourne Connect Project, or Melbourne Connect Precinct. And what it is it's a place where there's this melting pot of innovation. So we have academics, university, corporate, government, startups, we have science, we have tech, arts, history, creativity, all of it in this one building. And this place where people could come and collaborate and share ideas from all different fields, and this interdisciplinary engagement. My boss used to call serendipitous encounters of all these things happening and colliding in this one building. And my role was to be the events coordinator, and I got to be amongst all these amazing companies, amazing people. So we're doing TEDx talks, we're running galleries, shows, exhibitions, we're running thought leadership workshops. And one of the things that we started running, and I got asked to run, was a hackathon. And for those of you who don't know what a hackathon, which nobody in my workplace knew what one was at the time, it's a competition where you get a group of people together and you solve a challenge or a problem, and you come up with really creative ideas and solutions for that challenge or problem. You can talk about it in terms of really hardcore technology, as places and things that are being solved around climate change, COVID, so many different challenges. And one of the ones I ran, which is this picture, was the Space Apps Challenge. It was a competition that NASA actually put together. And throughout me running those hackathons, I ran about 20 hackathons in a really short space of time, 2015, August to November, and I got dubbed the Hackathon Queen by the community. This is actually a name I've trademarked now, so I have the trademark of Hackathon Queen. But yeah, I got called the Hackathon Queen from the community because I was running hackathons. I ended up getting involved in participating in them, I was judging them, I was mentoring at them, and I just really got involved in being part of that community. This is where I really started getting involved a lot in tech and dev work, even though I'd done a little bit of technology and computer science at uni. So I did a science degree, but I was able to do engineering, mathematics, psychology, computer science, just so many different fields in science, obviously chemistry because I majored in it. and I got to use a lot of my computer science, but I really got to use a lot of my creative thinking and problem solving, which is what I really love about hackathons. Throughout that time, I also really got heavily involved in the speaking circles. So I was talking on future of work, interdisciplinary engagement across teams. So it's like where that hackathon culture comes from. We were talking about, how to do design thinking and human-centered design for really easily solving problems and challenges, which is again in that hackathon space. So I really started getting involved and ingrained in that kind of field. As I was getting really involved in these communities, both the tech community and the startup community and the corporate community, I started getting really involved in the founder side of startups, and I ended up starting my own business in 2016 with a couple other people. And it was an artificial intelligence startup. We were using 3D point cloud maps to gather a whole lot of information from a space, and we ended up getting involved in the Melbourne Accelerator program. And through this program, this is where I met a whole bunch of new founders, really cool mentors, got really, really networked into that community, and I absolutely loved it. Ended up speaking on stage at some of the big events. We went to Microsoft Global Innovation Challenge, which is called Imagine Cup, which is still running, so we went to that in 2016 as well. And through this program, I met a whole lot of really cool founders, and one of them we ended up working with on another company with. So once I finished up with Black AI, which is still running, I went and worked with this company. So Baja Board, I was doing off-road electric skateboards, which was super cool. I really loved it. I was a big advocate for riding and safe riding and just getting involved and just doing whatever you wanted. I really, really like the tech in this. I'm a very super into the tech side of all these things. So I really love the tech on the board. We had a lot of IoT and connectedness in it, and it was really, really intuitive and really, really cool the way that the founders and the CTO and the CDO, the Chief Design Officer, have put this together. I just really loved it. I love talking about this and showcasing it to really, really cool people. An industry that I've been kind of involved in since uni is the gaming industry. Kind of been dubbed like esports queens. I do a lot of hosting around esports. I do a lot on the business side of esports and gaming as well. So we talk a lot about women in tech and women in gaming, especially, obviously gaming is a very male-dominated industry when you get to the pro level, but not necessarily across the industry. So across the industry, it's a 50-50 split in male and female players. So there's just not that representation of women at the top. So we do a lot of work around advocacy for women in gaming and showcasing really, really cool talent in that space. Something I really love. I do a lot of Twitch streaming as well. So if you ever want to follow me and watch some gaming, feel free to jump on my Twitch streams. But more recently, after I finished up with Baja Board, I have been working on a new company, which we started a couple of years ago, Rain Scooters. So we launched on Kickstarter last year in November, and we were fully funded in 43 minutes. This has been absolutely awesome to work on. We've been able to use a lot of learnings from previous companies and take that to the next stage. And it's just been really, really cool, really fun, and we're super excited to bring this to everyone. But something that's probably a bit more interesting to a lot of you here is I started working a little while ago, it's kind of like an unofficial ambassador now, I work full time for GitHub. So my role at GitHub is developer community manager. I get to talk a lot about open source, showcase the really cool developers we have in the community, projects we have in the community, and just the really cool people that we have in the community. And I love GitHub's stance on diversity, inclusion. We look for a really, really cool, diverse and different projects when we're looking at open source. We love to showcase really amazing developers, and we like to have different developers across all our networks and all our different programs. So diversity doesn't just mean gender either. It means diversity across age, race, culture, religion, socioeconomic background and things like that as well. So I love working at GitHub, and it's been absolutely amazing. So that's me in a nutshell, and a lot of people look at this and go, oh, that's really you've been lucky or you just happened to get there. It's no, I really just took the opportunities that came my way, and that is what I want you to do, is take the opportunities that come your way and just don't let anyone stand in your way. If it's something you want to do, go for it. If there's an industry you want to be in, do it. And that is literally how I got to where I am today. And if you'd like to chat further or see me on any of the platforms, I am Mish Manners on pretty much every social media platform known to man. Ask questions, DM me, ask more about my career, and I would absolutely love to see a lot of you there. And thank you so much for having me, and enjoy the rest of the Women in Tech conference. Thank you all.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to my session on earning your seat at the table. 5 tips for building a successful career as a woman working in tech. So my name is Ann Michels, and I work at Microsoft. I'm a marketing director at Microsoft. I currently lead Microsoft Teams free product marketing. I put some information here on the slide about myself, just in case you want to learn a little bit about my background. I'm sure that many of you, when you read the title, that you probably thought, wait, one slide back here. Okay. Let's jump back here. Okay, so I'm sure that probably many of you, when you read the title, you probably thought, wait, earning your seat at the table? It's 2020. Why are we having that conversation? But I'm sure that as many of you, you probably read the title and you thought, I'm glad that we're having this conversation. I'm glad that we're talking about this topic because I'm currently a little bit stuck in my career. I would actually like to get some tips about how to advance in my career because I feel I'm not really advancing right now. And I really understand why people have that kind of sentiment. I actually hear that a lot from people who are younger and early in their career. And the concerns that they have is that a lot of them, they're concerned that they won't be able to have a successful career in tech as a woman. They are concerned that they won't be able to earn a seat at the table. They are concerned specifically because of the reputation that the tech industry has, right? To become like a land of bros. And I have to say, I understand that because there is that reputation. And I also have to say, I personally, yes, I also have had experience that would make you concerned. Actually, just a couple of weeks ago, as I was preparing for the session, let me switch back to the slides here. As I was preparing for the session, so I'm very active on Twitter and on Instagram. I actually put my handles up here on the slide. So if you want to connect with me after the session, please feel free to reach out. I would love to connect with all of you. So as I was preparing for the session, I posted a question on Twitter simply to ask people for their input. I wanted to hear what are topics that you would want to hear about in that session. And I got a lot of great feedback, really a lot of great suggestions. But I also got this response. So let me just read this out aloud. How about just doing a good job as an employee and letting that get you ahead? Maybe spend some time talking about not having a chip on your shoulder, making the rest of the workforce uncomfortable. Wow, right? It doesn't get much better when you actually read this out aloud. And it's interesting because when I read this, my initial reaction was actually to be defensive. I thought, wait, did I overstep? Is the title too provocative? Should I not talk about this topic? And it's interesting because that's actually the reaction that a lot of women especially have in those situations. Luckily for me, the Twitter community is awesome. And so before I could even think about this further, they jumped in and they actually called out how wrong that response was. So I definitely very much recommend join Twitter and the tech community on Twitter if you're not really kind of like engaged on Twitter yet. But it was great for me because it really helped me to think about this situation. But I'm sharing this example because in your career, there will likely be moments where you will encounter people like, let's just call him Ed here right now, right? There will be moments where you will encounter situations like challenging situations like this. And of course, then the question is, what do you do? But don't get me wrong. Let me be very clear here. I absolutely think that the tech industry is a great place for women to work. I've been now in tech for over 13 years, and I love working in the tech industry. I absolutely believe that as a woman, that you can have a very successful career in tech. I mean, there are a lot of examples, right? For example, when we look at Susan Wojcicki, the CEO of YouTube, or for example, Ginny Rometty, who is the former CEO of IBM, or also actually Amy Hood, our own kind of like here at Microsoft, our own CFO. So there are a lot of examples of successful women in the tech industry, but the question, of course, is how do you get there? And that is exactly what we want to talk about today. We'll spend kind of like the next 25 minutes talk about some tips and tricks. How can you have a successful career in tech as a woman, knowing that you will sometimes meet people like Ed, the person who responded to me on Twitter. But let's jump right in with our first tip here, building credibility. So when you work in tech, there will be many situations where you will work with other people. The stereotype that you kind of like will sit in an office all by yourself and you will be kind of like sitting in front of your computer working all by yourself, that is not true. At least for the majority of jobs, you will actually be working with other people. The experience will be very collaborative. You might, for example, need input from people on a project, or you might need feedback from them on something that you're working on. In many cases, even the feedback from the people that you work with might be part of your performance evaluation, which means that you don't just work with other people, but your success will also in a way depend on other people. And that is why it's so important to build credibility and trust and relationship with the people that you work with. I'll just call them broadly stakeholders. Actually, a couple of years ago, I had an experience where I pretty much did everything wrong from a stakeholder management, a stakeholder relationship perspective. So I work in marketing, I mentioned that earlier, but I work very closely with engineering. And at that time, I was working on a project about our product, and I was working on a project on how to improve the product. And so what happened was that I had a new counterpart join on the engineering side. And that person, they were completely new to the team, and I had my first meeting with them. And what I did, I went into that meeting and I presented my proposal to them because, well, I was very proud of the work that I had done. Or you could also say, I went into that meeting, I showed them my proposal and told them basically, this is what I think you should now be focused on the next coming month. As you can imagine, that conversation did not go very well. This was actually the start of a very difficult relationship. I was never able to really get it right afterwards. Now, analyzing the situation and looking back, I know why. Because I skipped that whole part of building a relationship. I skipped that whole part of building trust with that person. I jumped right into telling them what they should be doing, which is in general never a good idea, right? But now I really approach stakeholder management and stakeholder relationship in a very different way. First, I really make sure that I take the time to invest into the relationship, to build the relationship with the person that I'm working with. And that means, of course, to get to know the person. And not just from a personal perspective, but specifically from a work perspective. Ask them, what are their goals? What do they care about? Most importantly, do they have any feedback on the way how they have been working with you and your team so far? Also, what is really helpful is I don't go in and actually talk about how they can help me, but I turn it around. I ask the question, how can you help? How can I help them? What is then really helpful in those conversations is if you have a common goal. Having a common goal, that is really the basis for successful collaboration. And having a common goal or finding a common goal, it's actually not as difficult as you would think it is. Because just by working in the same company, you already have a common goal. which is to make your company successful and to make sure that your customers, your users, that they have a positive experience. And now when you take that common goal and then you go into the conversation and lead with that goal, that completely changes the conversation. Because all of a sudden, it's not anymore about how can I help you or how can you help me, but it has become how can we work together to achieve that common goal. What is also really important is remember to know your stuff. And this is an area that actually a lot of people, they take it for granted, and so they don't think about it that much. But knowing your stuff means that, of course, you want other people to see you as an expert. You want other people to think of you as the one person who knows the most in that specific area. And that is a credibility that you don't just build in one single meeting, but it's about how you show up to every single meeting. I always say, be prepared. Make sure you actually do your homework. So for example, if there is a topic in a meeting where I don't know that much about that topic, well, look it up before the meeting. Ask some coworkers before the meeting so that then in the meeting, you can really be the expert and participate in the conversation in a really informed way. And then make sure that you show that you are invested. This is especially helpful and especially important when you start working with people. You want them to think of you as a person who's really invested in the success of the company and in the success of that work relationship that you have. How do you do that? What is always really helpful for me is to think about what can I personally bring to the table that other people cannot bring to the table? And what perspectives do I have that could actually really help my stakeholders? How can I help them? That's again kind of like the question that I asked myself. Let me share an example. A couple of years ago, I started my first product marketing job at Microsoft. And when I joined that role, when I moved into that role, I was just as kind of like part of my ramp-up experience, I was playing around with the product because, of course, I had to get to know the product. And what I realized in that moment was that I had a lot of feedback about the product experience, feedback that could actually be really helpful for my engineering counterparts because I had a perspective that they didn't have anymore, because I had the perspective of a first-time user who was using the product for the very, very first time. And so what I did was that I documented my feedback. I created a PowerPoint presentation, which ended up actually being 60 pages long. I'm not kidding. It was a very detailed document. It probably took me 10, 15 hours to put it together. And then I shared it with my engineering counterparts. And this was something that, nobody had asked me to do it. I didn't know how they would react, but it turned out it was extremely valuable for them. They ended up kind of like passing that presentation around among their team. And then a couple of weeks later, we actually had a holiday party, and the engineering CVP, they walked up to me to thank me for the work that I had done. And I bet you they would not have known my name afterwards, otherwise probably. But it just shows that, often it's those small things and things that people don't actually ask you for, but things that you can think of. What can you do for the business to really move it forward? And then, of course, make sure to be reliable. With the stakeholders you enjoy working with the most, the people you can rely on. That means that make sure when you have an action item from a meeting, follow up on it. If you have a meeting with somebody, make sure that you are on time. Or if you get an email or a chat message from somebody, make sure that you are responsive. It's the small things, but the small things really matter and they go really a long way. Tip number 2, make sure to take the time to invest into building internal connections and building an internal network. Why is that so important? Well, we talked already about kind of like how your career depends on others. But what is really helpful from an internal connections perspective is that internal connections, they can help you in so many other ways. For example, your internal connection, they might actually be the ones who will tell you about that next open role for you, which can become your dream job. That internal connection, they become a sponsor, somebody who supports you throughout your career. Or they might become a mentor, somebody who you can talk to and get advice from if you just need a second opinion. Or they might actually simply be the people who back you up in a meeting. So having internal connections is really, really helpful from a career perspective. And there are multiple ways how you can build internal connections. One of my favorite ways are actually introduction meetings. So we all, on a more or less regular basis, often can like move around in roles, and we might start a new role at some point, right? Of course, it doesn't happen that often, but what happens really often is that you will be assigned a new project and you will start working with a slightly different set of stakeholders. What I always do in those situations is that I really make sure to schedule then introduction meetings with all of the people that I work with. And not just with the people that I will be working with on that specific project, but also with their managers. So we had a little kind of like reorg within our organization earlier this year. And in the first 3 weeks, I scheduled over 15 introduction meetings. Of course, there was a lot of time investment on my side, but that also now means I have 15 more connections at Microsoft. So it's really helpful from a kind of like building that network perspective. What is also really helpful is to identify groups and kind of like projects that you care about and start engaging in them. For example, your company, they might have a parent initiative. They might have a diversity and inclusion group, or they might just simply have a soccer club. Identify those projects that you are interested in and start engaging. That is not just fun, but it also allows you to grow your network beyond the people that you normally work with. And then don't be afraid to schedule coffee chats. Identify the people in your organization who are successful, and then reach out to them and ask them, how did they get where they are today? Ask them for tips, ask them for their experience, because obviously they have figured out how to be successful in your company. And I know, reaching out to your CVP for a coffee chat, that can feel a little bit weird, and it requires a little bit of confidence to do that. But my experience is that these people, especially like in leadership positions, they are very happy to share their experience because they all have been there. They know how it is when you need some advice and some tips. They are often still in that situation themselves. And so they actually normally react very positively to that request. So don't be afraid. Just, they can just say no from that perspective. Another important aspect is taking credit for your work. We talked earlier about how important others are for your career, right? Your manager, the stakeholders, the coworkers that you work with. But we haven't really talked about the one person yet that is most important in your career. And that person is you. Nobody will play a more important role in your career than you will. If you don't believe in your career, nobody else will either. And that means that you need to be your best advocate. That means that you need to tell other people about your work. Because just imagine, you just finished a project, and that project was the best project you have ever done in your career. Well, if nobody knows about it, it's really hard to get recognized for that work. And that's why you actually need to do a little bit of marketing for yourself. But how do you do that without bragging, right? Because we don't like to brag. But there is a fine line. There's actually a great way how you can tell people about your work without bragging. So first, you want to make sure that you actually talk to others about your work. And what is easiest, or what is always easiest for me, is actually to do that in more kind of like comfortable settings. For example, if I have a lunch meeting with somebody, there's the likelihood that they will ask you, how are you doing? And then don't just tell them about your personal life. make sure to also tell them about your work projects. Make sure to tell them about your successes. And this is not bragging, but what I have actually found is that for people, the people that I work with, it's very helpful for them because they can benefit from my learnings. They can benefit from the lessons that I have learned and apply them to their work as well. So it's really helpful to talk about your work with others. Another great way is to ask for feedback. Because when you ask for feedback, this actually encourages people to think about your work. And it is something that a lot of people don't think about. But when you ask for feedback, they will think that other person will then think about your work in a different way and they need to reflect on it. And so it helps them to be more aware of the work that you are actually doing. Then, of course, there are visible and not so visible projects. Visible projects, for example, if you have a presentation at a conference, that's very obvious. But visible projects also include projects, for example, that require a regular leadership check-in or that require you to work across a broad group of people. Make sure to tell your manager that you want to own visible projects because not everybody does. And you want to tell your manager so that they can then help you to identify those projects so that you can start engaging on them and owning them. Now let's talk about meetings. Well, I always say we all are very good in one-on-one conversations, right? When we have a conversation with just one other person, that's what humans do. Kind of like we're good at that. But where it gets really tricky is when you have a big meeting, the big group, like let's say 5 or 10 or even 15 people. How do you make your voice heard in these situations? Especially, how do you make your voice heard if you're not the loudest personality? If you're not the person who will interrupt others, if you're not the person who will talk over other people. So first of all, please keep it that way because that's how a respectful conversation should actually look like. But it is likely that you will be in a meeting where there will be that person who will interrupt others and there will be that person who will talk over others. They might talk over you. So in that situation, how do you make your voice heard? What works really great is to, first of all, again, kind of like do your homework here. And what is important is for you to be prepared. What do I mean by being prepared? Make sure that when you go into a meeting, make sure that you know what you want to say and practice those messages. That will then actually give you the confidence in the meeting to speak up. And it will also give you the confidence and the information that you need to present your ideas in a very confident way. And that will again then increase your likelihood of success. Because if you don't believe in your ideas, others won't believe in your ideas either. That's kind of like similar with what we talked from an overall career perspective. But where do you take that confidence from? What is always helpful for me when I go into a meeting is that I remind myself that I have been invited to that meeting for a reason. I have been invited to that meeting because other people want to hear from me. They want me to participate in that meeting. Otherwise, I would actually not have been invited. So that always kind of like helps me to build up my confidence before meetings. And then don't be afraid to use visual cues. For example, like simply a visual cue that is really, really helpful when you sit at a table with multiple people, raise your hand. Just like this, you can make sure that people are aware of the fact that you want to say something. Or if you have kind of like some virtual tools also allow you to have a virtual kind of like hand raise feature. What is also really helpful is actually to sit closer to the middle of the table because research has shown that if you sit on the edge of the table, that it is more likely to be left out of a conversation. And then make sure to be one of the first ones to speak. So if you have the confidence and you know what you want to say, make sure that you speak up at the beginning of the meeting. Simply because when you do that, it is more likely that you will be able to get your voice heard and your opinion in because the discussion and the conversation might get more heated throughout the meeting. Another great way to really make sure that you can present your ideas in a meeting is to get on the agenda. This is actually a tip that I have not used enough in my past. But if you have a very specific topic, reach out to the owner of the meeting and ask them to be added to the agenda. But of course, there are meetings where where it will be really difficult for you to get your voice heard. There are meetings where I know, okay, the discussion will be too heated. There are too many people in the room. It will be really hard for me to voice my opinion. What I do in those situations is that I actually do a kind of like a little bit of pre-work. I make sure to find my allies before the meeting, which means that I reach out to the most important stakeholders that I have in that meeting, and then I connect with them before the meeting in a one-on-one conversation, which again are easier normally for me. So I make sure that they're aware of my ideas and my opinion. This is super helpful because then in the meeting, they might actually be the ones who will ask me to speak up because they want me to contribute to the meeting. Or they might also be the ones who will back me up, because what is nice is that after having talked to them, I will of course incorporate their feedback. So when I present my ideas, they won't just be my ideas. They will actually have become our joint ideas that I then present in the meeting. Now let's talk about that seat at the table. First of all, I want to remind all of you that that seat at the table, the people who are sitting at the table, they are not at the table because they are smarter than you. In many situations, other people will have a seat at the table simply because they will have been at the company longer. They're the ones that have the better connections. But it is not because they are smarter than you. And then also, don't get too hung up on having that seat at that one table. What I have learned in my career is that sometimes when you feel that you can't really get a seat at the table, then the reason is that it might simply not be the right table for you. What do I mean by that? Well, if you're in a situation, if you work with a team in an organization or company where your opinion isn't valued, where you feel your manager doesn't see your contributions, where you feel that it's impossible for you to earn your seat at the table, then maybe it is actually time to move on. There are so many great projects. There's so many great companies in the tech industry. Don't get too hung up on making it work in that one company or with that one team if that is simply not a healthy environment. Because we all spend so much time at work. We all spend so much hours, working kind of like with our coworkers. I truly believe that we all should have fun at work. And we should have the feeling and the impression that we can, of course, be successful. And sometimes you are in an environment where that is simply not the case. I have absolutely been on teams where I felt like, okay, I'm not really advancing. Sometimes it's because of the manager. Sometimes it's because of the topic that you work on. But then be open to other opportunities. Think about, okay, where could I maybe be more successful? And most importantly, where can I have more fun? Because for me, it's always, I do my best work in an environment where I actually enjoy working, where I enjoy working with my coworkers, with my managers, on the projects that I work on. And that's when I do my best work. And when I really feel that my contributions are valued and that my opinion is valued as well. With that, I'd like to thank all of you for joining my session today. Please let me know if you have any questions. I will join the chat shortly to answer any questions that you might have. And I'm also very much looking forward to connecting with all of you on Twitter, on Instagram, or on LinkedIn, of course, as well. And please let me also know, of course, if you have any feedback on the session and if there are any topics that you would like me to discuss next time. Thank you.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you happen to be. I guess that's one of the really fantastic benefits of this virtual world that we live in, is that it can include everyone. And I'm so delighted to be here today. My name is Cornelia Davis. I am the CTO at Weaveworks. And I won't say much about Weaveworks. I'll tell you a little bit more about that later on in the story. That's my official title. But you'll notice here that I give myself an unofficial title and that title is Change Junkie. And so we're going to spend the next 40 or so minutes talking about is I'm going to tell you a little bit about my story. I have been in the industry for 30 years. I still do cut code, although I admit not all day, every day, but I do have an IDE open for Golang right now. So I've been a practicing technologist for quite some time. And I thought I'd share a little bit of my story and sprinkle throughout that story some tips and some ideas and some kind of maybe even 2020 hindsight that I've been able to gain in looking back on that career. So I'll start with the very beginning. So my story in technology began really, if you will, at the end of my sophomore year in high school. Now, I already said that I've been in the industry for 30 years. Yes, this was back in 1981. So I'm guessing some of you may not even have been born by then. And I was a sophomore in high school. It was the end of my sophomore year. And I was choosing electives for the following year. And so what was one of the non-mandatory classes that I needed to take? And I signed up for in a moment of weakness, I say now, I signed up for a computer programming class. Now, the first comment that I want to make here is that the fact that there was a computer programming course in 1981 puts me in a category of extraordinarily lucky and extraordinarily privileged folks. Even today, in the year 2020, there's a significant number of schools that do not offer anything like a computer programming course. And let alone make it really available and accessible to the entire student body. But nevertheless, I signed up for that class. And then I went off and, one of the terms that we used back in the 80s was I went off and I had a really bitchin' summer. And I came back at the beginning of my junior year, and sure enough, there we had first period computer programming. And I said, no. There is no way that I'm taking this computer programming course because you know what? I am way too cool for that. That just does not fit my profile. Now, of course, here I am sitting talking about having an IDE open. That things changed. So the story around that is that I went to the office and I said, I'm not taking this class. You need to change my schedule. And they said, well, you can't change your schedule until the end of the week. You need to give it a try. And long story short, I think I skipped class for 2 or 3 days. And then when I finally showed up, the teacher, another stroke of luck, was a woman. And she was standing at the board and she had written down a program and she said, who wants to try this? Now, as a teenager, I'm still sitting in the back of the room, too cool for school. Like, no, not for me. But I will confess that there's a little part of me that was curious. And I raised my hand and said, all right, with, I'm sure, plenty of teenage attitude. All right, I'll try it. And so I got up from my desk and I walked over to the side of the room where there stood one of these. Yes, Radio Shack back in those days still existed, and they made computers. And this was the computer, and I'll come back to this picture in just a moment. And I sat down at the computer with the keyboard in front of me. And here's the program that she had written up on the board. And so I sat down and I typed in those letters, 10 space X space equals space 0, return. And I continued to type those lines in. And once I typed those 4 lines in, I typed the letters RUN, run, which is how we ran programs back then on the TRS-80. And it started to count on the screen. It went 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 10. And I will confess that I went from way too cool for this to, oh, now that is really cool. So I'm one of those people that had this really brilliant moment in my life where I knew what I wanted to do. And I literally at that point was like, this is where I want to go. Now, I'll also share with you that I speak with a lot of young ladies. I speak at a lot of conferences on campuses and things like that. And it's not unusual for a young lady to come up to me after the talk and say, I am in my senior year. I'm a biology major or a chemistry major or a psychology major, sociology major, and I took a programming course last semester, and now I know this is what I want to do. But I'm supposed to graduate this year. What do I do? And so really, I think that it's difficult in that situation, but one of the bits of advice that I would share, and actually asks that I would have for everyone, is look for those opportunities to expose young people, young men, young women, anybody, to computing. If you have an opportunity to expose a young person to computing at an early age, please do so, because it might change their life. It certainly changed mine. Now, just a little anecdotal thing is going back to this photo here of the TRS. I will note that the TRS-80 didn't have any internal storage. There was no SS memory, but it didn't have any kind of storage device like a spinning disk or anything like that. Now, there is a storage device in this picture. Can any of you spot it? That's right. It's the cassette player on the right-hand side. Now, notice that I referred to it as the cassette player. That device was optimized for playing. Now, you could record, and the record button is that little red button on the lower left. And in order to record what was on the computer on cassette tape, you had to push down the record button and the play button at the same time. Now, because this device was optimized for play and not for record was something that was expected to happen not very often, the record button degraded much faster than the play button did. So after really only a few weeks or months of use, the record button no longer stayed down on its own. So you'd have to hold down the record button with your thumb. And if you had a long program, say 150 lines, not 150 million lines or 150,000 lines, but 150 lines, it might take 10 minutes to record that on tape. Inevitably, your thumb would get tired, you'd switch thumbs, and it would screw the whole thing up. So that was my beginning. That was the start. Now, the little thing that I would say in hindsight, I will not pretend to say that I had this foresight when I was 16 or 17 years old. But now my 50-something-year-old self can look back and say, it was that curiosity. And I was, in spite of my teenage attitude, slightly open-minded. And that served me well back at that moment. So that's the first thing I'll say. So what ended up happening, of course, is that I was hooked and I took the programming classes I could in high school. And then I went on and I went to the university and I studied computer science there. I went to Cal State University, Northridge. I grew up in kind of the Southern California area. I'm a first-generation college person, so I did not do a long college search like we did with my son. I went to the college that was closest to where I lived and where I could drive from home, and that was Cal State University, Northridge. Now, I've just kind of re-engaged with CSUN in the engineering and computer science department, and I'll say more about that on LinkedIn coming up very, very soon. I'm thrilled with the education that I got at Cal State University, Northridge. Despite the fact that I didn't do a big search, I, again, got lucky and landed a great job there. A great education there. So I did a degree in computer science with a minor in math. And the summer before my last year, I took what we would call an internship now. For me, it was just a summer job. And my first job was at Hughes Aircraft. Hughes Aircraft was an aerospace contractor. They were acquired in 1997. I wasn't there anymore. But it was a large organization. I worked in their missile systems group. I don't know for sure, but I think there were about 100,000 people there at the time, certainly over 100,000 people at Hughes overall. The group that I went into was a group that was doing image processing. And so what we were doing was we were designing the algorithms that were going to do things like look at infrared images, which are heat images. And here's a picture of an infrared image. And we were looking for things like roadways and bridges and runways and those types of things. And so I worked on, for example, algorithms that were looking for edges. Now, one of the funny things is that these days, edge detection is kind of ubiquitous. It's on the supercomputers that we carry around in our back pockets. It's on our mobile phones. You do a selfie and then it asks you what kind of filters you want to apply. And one of those filters might be kind of an edge detection filter. So the things that I was working on, and this was back in, the late 80s. So I think I started my job there in 1987, maybe. We were designing the very algorithms that have become commonplace on our mobile phones today. But back then it was pretty darn innovative. Now, to carry on with this theme of the computing equipment, the modern computing equipment that I had, I'll tell you that when I started there, I was so excited to have a terminal sitting on my desk. Now, I didn't mention it, but when I went to Cal State Northridge, in high school, we used these computers that were sitting on the side of the room. But when I went to Northridge, in the beginning, I had to do all of my programming exercises in a lab. And in that lab, I had a terminal, just a terminal, and it was connected to a very large computer that sat somewhere in some room. Yes, that's what we called mainframes at the time. Some of you may not be old enough to know about mainframes, but that was the technology that we had. While I was at CSUN, part of the way through CSUN, I did acquire my own personal computer, so I was able to do some of my computing at home on my own computer. But when I started work at Hughes, I was working on, again, mainframes. So I did a lot of the computing. Now, during my time at Hughes, we also had silicon graphics. So I started to have workstations that were specialized in image processing that were in my office, maybe sitting under my desk. They were quite large, but I will say that I was quite proud to have my own terminal that I didn't have to share in some lab. I didn't have to go to a lab to do something. My own desk, my own badge, my Hughes badge. It was pretty great. So I worked at Hughes for a number of years. Then I left Hughes and I went back to graduate school and studied programming languages at Indiana University. So moved out of California. That was pretty fun. Came back to Hughes, back to the image processing group, did some more image processing there. And then I did something that often happens around that time. By that time, I was about 30 years old, and I had a baby. So my son is now 25 years old. He is, I'm very proud to say, a software engineer himself. So I infected him with my love for computing. And I'm so delighted that I get to, get a text from him that says, "Hey, Mom, I have a question about Docker. Can we talk tonight when I'm off work?" I do love that. Now, I did take about a year off to spend time with my son. I will confess that I got about 6 months in and I really started missing computing. That's how much I love it. And so part of the way in, I started looking, back at going back to work. And I did look at going back to aerospace. And I interviewed, at that point, we were living in the greater DC area, and there were quite a few aerospace contractors. And I interviewed with a few, got a number of different job offers from them, and came close to accepting them. And in the end, I decided I wanted to make a change. I decided that I wanted to go into commercial. I wanted to try moving away from aerospace, just to try something new. Except that I felt like I was in a bit of a conundrum. My entire working experience had been in aerospace and had been in image processing for aerospace applications. And so I thought, how am I going to make this transition over to commercial? And so I started looking in the classifieds. Yes, this was before the internet. So I started looking online in local papers and things like that. And I found a very interesting job ad. And the job ad was for a company that did this: medical imaging. So I started looking for things like, okay, well, I have skills in processing. Let me see what I might be able to in that space. Now, what you see here is CT scans. Now, for those of you who don't know about CT scans, what they are is two-dimensional images, cross-sections that go through the body as we're getting the CT scans. And then they are glued together. And what I worked on is what the company wanted to do was glue these together into a 3D model. so that you could take a look at these things. And in fact, let me show you what one of these looks like. And I apologize, it may be a little bit clunky. I'm going to go ahead and click on this and open the link. Oh, it's on the wrong screen. I'm going to drag it over. So here you can see this 3D model, and this is actually a 3D model that was generated from a series of CT scans. So that's essentially what we were doing here. And I'm going to move the live stream back over. So that wasn't too awkward. Let me come back in here. And so going back to that image that we saw, in order to generate those 3D models, what were we doing? Well, I was applying algorithms to do things like look for edges in these images. And so really, I will tell you that while I was quite nervous at the time at making this transition and felt like all of the experience that I had really maybe hadn't set me up to make this transition, the reality is, looking back on that, I would share with you that your experience is valuable. Look for ways that what you have is not just image processing experience looking for, in aerospace applications. Step back and look at the broad capabilities, the broad things that you have been able to build over whatever time period that you've spent there. Now, I'll share with you another lesson in just a moment, because sometimes you have to just break out and try something totally new. And that's there as well. But do look at your background and look at the very special skills and abilities that you have and what you can bring to the next job. Okay, so I ended up working for that very small company as a part of that, gaining that experience in medical imaging. I ended up getting hired by a company called Advanced Visual Systems, which produced one of the tools that we used in those medical imaging applications. A woman hired me there by the name of Sarah Polton, and she hired me into the consulting services group. And I worked there for about 2 or 3 years. I don't really remember. So now I've been in my career for about 10 years, and I've been working on imaging-based things for 10 years. I've successfully made the transition over into commercial. And something interesting happened in 1999. In 1999, Sarah Polton, who had hired me at Advanced Visual Systems, had left and gone over to a company called eRoom. It was actually called Instinctive Technologies at the time. We did change our name eventually to eRoom Technologies, and they were the producers of a product called eRoom. Now, what did eRoom do? Well, did they do imaging? Did they do visualization? None of the above. They did web-based collaboration. Now, what do I mean by that? Well, we had a web-based product. It had some web pages and it had a server and those types of things. This was back in 1999. So some of the stuff was still pretty new. The web was definitely there, but we had a lot of static web pages. There wasn't a lot of dynamic anything on the web. And so what we were doing was we were generating web-based, so very dynamic web experiences. And what do I mean by that? Well, we had things like threaded discussions, like chat rooms. Now you might be thinking chat rooms. Well, that's not very innovative. That like I have that on my mobile phone too. Or we did document sharing. So what do I mean by a document? Well, it might be something like a Word document, or it might be something like an image. And you think, well, I've got that on my mobile phone too. I've got Snapchat and Instagram and all of those types of things. Well, again, remember this was more than 20 years ago. So this was in the early days of the web. And so I moved over into that space. Now, I did have a little bit of, again, that angst where I was like, well, I don't know the first thing about web-based collaboration. But Sarah had faith in me and she said, you worked for me for a couple of years and I know that you can pick this up. And so she hired me based on the experience that I had, just my work experience, the ability to get a job done, ask lots of questions, figure out how things happen or how things work. Now, speaking of asking questions, I do distinctly remember in my early days at eRoom where I asked a colleague, well, why can't I just do that in the HTML page? And he kind of looked at me funny and he said, because that's server side. And I was like, oh yeah, okay. And then I walked away thinking, what the heck is server side? I mean, I literally didn't know that much about web-based, about web programming at all. I didn't know about HTML. I didn't know, I barely knew about HTML. I was playing with it. Didn't know the first thing about the HTTP protocol, all of those types of things. And so I asked questions and I learned. And so looking back on my eRoom experience, I think that the takeaway that I have from that is that, oftentimes your next job is in your network. It's my previous, kind of insight was, well, you've got experience that makes you a valuable asset somewhere else. But in this case, I didn't have experience. I mean, I had experience. I knew how to solve problems, but I didn't have exact experience with the technology. And in this case, it was my network. It was the fact that I had done a good job and stayed in touch with this person who had hired me at a previous company that I found my next job in my network. Now I am in a position where I am looking to hire, and yes, we are hiring at Weaveworks. Can't help but saying that. Sometimes hiring from within the network is good as well. Now we have to be careful not to only hire from within our network, because that's how we end up with very homogeneous environments. And that's certainly something that's relevant to us as an underrepresented category of folks, women being underrepresented. But in any case, networks are important. Now, we were going to go public. Then the dot-com bubble burst and we did not go public. And instead, about 3 years after I started at eRoom, we were acquired. And that was in 2002. And we were acquired by a company called Documentum, a document management company. Now, that document management company, what it did was, I mentioned that at eRoom, we were already doing some document sharing. Documentum was really specializing in very, very significantly scaled documents, things like FDA submissions, which are tens of thousands of pages long. So you can imagine that a Word document is not 80,000 pages long. It is that 80,000 page submission to the FDA is multiple documents that include things like Word, text documents and images and studies and Excel spreadsheets and all of those things. And so what we did was we managed the process to bring all of those things together and then eventually produce the FDA submission at the end. So very, very complex process. Documentum was actually created before the web was really significant. And so one of the things that we did there was we had a kind of legacy architecture and moved over towards a more web-based architecture over the course of, it had started before I got there, but certainly was something that we continued during my time at Documentum. And I thought, now the thing I'll share with you about being acquired, so I've been through a number of acquisitions, is that I will share with you that the prevailing kind of attitude of my colleagues at eRoom was one of fear. And I will share with you right now that an attitude like that does not serve you well. Now, remember, I'm a change junkie. So to me, an acquisition was, ooh, something new. What's around the next corner? And so I twitched that way. And so I had that benefit of, I naturally was curious and kind of wanted to see what was around the next bend. But that level of curiosity is something that you can kind of build in yourself. And so many of you are going to be in a position sometime in your career where you're going to be acquired by a company. And I would encourage you to look at it in terms of, that is something that is that really spells opportunity. Now, one of the other things in retrospect that I'll say that I really started to embrace is I already mentioned that I ask a lot of questions. Now, I wasn't always as much of a, kind of over the top question asker as I am now, but I would say that right around this time, I really started to kind of embrace that, oh, who gives a crap? I'm just going to ask questions and I'm not going to worry. Now, when I hit 50, I'll tell you, then I really stopped caring about what people thought about my constant question asking. But, as you age, you start to not worry so much about some of the things that you worried about when you were younger. And that asking lots of questions, I think, has served me extraordinarily well. rather than people looking down on me, now I have had a few with some of those weird experiences where I'm asking lots of questions and some dude in the room says to another dude in the room, careful, don't confuse her. So here's somebody who was judging me negatively based on the questions that I was asking. Oh, you should have seen the look that I gave him when he said that. But for the most part, the vast majority of the people don't judge you negatively for asking questions. And in fact, they judge you quite positively. And one of the things that happened during my time at Documentum was about a year after we were acquired, I was still working within the collaboration division, so still working with my colleagues that had come from eRoom, I was approached by the Chief Technology Officer, Howard Chow, who's one of the founders of Documentum. And he approached me and asked me if I would be interested in joining the CTO office. I can tell you it took me about a microsecond to come up with the answer of yes. I've always wanted to be at the forefront of innovation, and being able to do that within the umbrella of a CTO office was extraordinarily interesting and exciting to me. And I actually credit the fact that I asked lots of questions and was very vocal with having that opportunity presented to me. Howard had gotten to know me because I was constantly asking questions and making suggestions in all sorts of different settings. Sometimes one-on-one with him, I was that bold to send him a note and say, hey, I want to share something with you, but also in group settings. So ask lots of questions. Sometimes that is the first advice that I give young people when they say, what's the advice you would give me as, somebody who's just starting my career, is ask questions, ask tons and tons of questions. So you might have noticed on Documentum that almost exactly a year to the day after eRoom was acquired by Documentum was acquired, and they were acquired by EMC. EMC was a storage system vendor that was moving more and more into the software space. Now, at eRoom, when we were acquired, I started out as roughly employee number 65. When we were acquired, we were about 200 people, so we went through a fair bit of growth. Documentum was about 1,200 people when we were acquired, maybe 1,500 people. And now all of a sudden I found myself in a company of 30,000 people. So I started my career in a very large company, and here I was again in a pretty large company, a very large company. Now, they were acquired in 2016. I was no longer there. I'll tell you a little bit about that story. But one of the things that happened is that after a couple of years of working for Howard Chow in the Documentum CTO office, which that continued on after the acquisition by EMC, I had been fortunate enough to be in a number of situations where I had gotten to know the corporate CTO at EMC, Jeffrey Nick. And Jeff approached me and asked if I would join the corporate CTO office and bring my skills and my background in collaboration and content management and software, quite frankly, into the corporate CTO office. So I, of course, made that move, and I worked in the corporate CTO office for, I think at least 7 or so years at EMC, which was just a fantastic time. And I mentioned that I wasn't there as a part of the acquisition. They were acquired by Dell, or merger, acquisition, something along those lines. And the reason I wasn't there wasn't because I had left. It was because, well, I had kind of left, but kind of not. And that is, I was part of a spinoff. So I had been through 2 acquisitions so far. And then in 2013, I was part of a spinoff. And I went from EMC over into this spinoff, which was Pivotal. And Pivotal, our tagline was transforming the way the world builds software. And I had started in my capacity at EMC, I had started working in this new technology space before this spinoff. This was in 2012. I had started looking at application platforms. And at the time, we were calling them platform as a service. I had started doing some research in that space. And I had already started working with a platform as a service that was still very, very early days, open source, called Cloud Foundry. And it was being incubated at VMware. And as a part of the spinoff, EMC and VMware brought together assets from both companies. And Cloud Foundry was brought under the Pivotal umbrella. And While when I made the transition over into Pivotal, I wasn't working on Cloud Foundry proper. I was working on a different project. I had already had enough experience with Cloud Foundry and had fallen in love with that space because it was such a bleeding edge space again, that and I'd gotten to know the Cloud Foundry team, that I made that transition. I approached the Cloud Foundry team and said, hey, I'm really, really interested in joining the team here. And so I was able to do that. By the way, just a little bit of a side comment. When I spoke with somebody who I didn't know yet, I hadn't met yet, a gentleman named James Waters, who was running product for Cloud Foundry at the time, and I met with him, I walked into his office and he said, are you the Cornelia Davis? You must be the Cornelia Davis, where I've been reading your blog posts on Bosch. Bosch is a subsystem within Cloud Foundry. And I said, yep, guilty. And he said, when do you want to start? And so again, there I had been quite vocal, and I'll say more about that in just a moment. It was that being vocal that afforded me that immediate opportunity to join the Cloud Foundry team. And so that began a really, really interesting part of my career journey, and I'll share a few tidbits along as we go. And so looking back on that time, the first thing is that I already talked about this in terms of the acquisitions and the spin-offs, is particularly in the space of computing, is embrace change. Things are always changing, and rather than, and that change could be technological, that change could be organizational, that change could be political. There could be all sorts of different changes. And again, I naturally twitch that way. And so it's easy for me to say, embrace change, because I love change. And I know that not everybody does, kind of by their nature. But this is something that you can become more comfortable with, and you can start to embrace that change. Now, the other thing that I'll share with you is that at the beginning of my journey, and in fact, I'll talk about my last bullet point here first, and that is that your career progression can occur on your timeline. Now, I shared with you this story that I had a baby after I had been working at Hughes for a while. And even when I went back to work, I initially went back to work part-time, and then eventually went back to work full-time, but with a lot of flexibility. I worked from home. I've been telecommuting for a very long time, far, far longer than COVID. And so that afforded me a certain flexibility, and I sought that out. And I made decisions in my career where I sometimes chose not to go on a trip, or I chose not to accept an assignment or something along those lines, because I didn't want to compromise the commitment that I had made to being able to pick my son up after school at 3 o'clock and have play dates at the house afterward. That was a choice that I made. Now, the Pivotal spinoff happened right when my son was in his senior year at high school. He was going into college and going away to college at the end of the summer. And so I stayed fairly close to home over the summer. And then my husband and I took him to his dorm on a Monday, and I got on an airplane on Tuesday. And that was the beginning of a significant trajectory in my career. I was promoted twice in 12 months. I think I was promoted the first time maybe less than a year after I joined the Cloud Foundry team, and then promoted a second time about a year after that. Was really having a great time, having a huge impact, was getting recognized for that impact, and was continuing to get recognized for the impact. But then the promotion stalled. I was at the senior director level, and the next promotion was to be a vice president role, and it stalled. And I literally went year after year wondering when the next promotion was going to come. Felt like I deserved it, but it just never happened. And so what I finally did was I asked for it, and it literally, that's all it took. Because the person I asked knew I wasn't a VP. But when he turned to the rest of the executive team and said, we would like to put Cornelia forward for a promotion to vice president, there were at least a couple of executives on the board that said, "What do you mean? Isn't she already a VP?" So it was an oversight, and we can analyze all of the reasons why these oversights happen more for underrepresented folks than others. But my advice to you is that ask for what you deserve. And I can tell you that, sure, I'm disappointed that I had to ask, but I don't in any way feel like I wasn't deserving of that promotion. Just because I had to ask doesn't make me any less deserving. So that's a bit of advice. Now, another wonderful thing that happened while I was at my time at Pivotal was I was spending a lot of time. I brought the Cloud Foundry product and then later on a Kubernetes-based product to market. I was spending a lot of time out in the field working with our customers, helping them understand this transition from data centers and the old way of working into the new way of working, which we now call cloud native. And I was approached during that time by the very company that's putting on this event, by Manning. They reached out to me and said, "You seem to know," and the reason they knew this was because I was putting myself out there doing conference presentations, writing, and those types of things. "You seem to know something about the cloud. You seem to know something about the 12-factor app. Would you be interested in writing a book?" And I, in fact, agreed to do that. And about a year ago, a little more than a year ago, I published my first book. And I will say first because I do hope to publish another book in the not too distant future. And I published that book on cloud native patterns. And it's really targeted at the application architect and the application developer, helping them understand what these new patterns are that make software work extremely well in a highly distributed and constantly changing environment. So the subtitle there is Designing Change-Tolerant Software. Now, looking back on that, it took me 3 years of working on weekends and vacations to write the book. Is that I will say that looking back on that, in retrospect, I believe that while I didn't necessarily think it, but Manning thought that I had valuable information to share. And now the lesson to myself is that I do have valuable information to share. Now, the other thing that I'll share with you is that sharing that valuable information that you have is one of the best ways to build your personal brand. Back to that story of, are you the Cornelia Davis that's been blogging on Bosch? I was establishing my personal brand. So that is something that I highly encourage you to do. Now, I was at Pivotal until through December of last year, until the beginning of this year. And then I did something that I hadn't done in 20 years. I resigned from my job. Pivotal was in the process of being acquired by VMware. And mind you, I wasn't shying away from an acquisition. I was just as excited to look around that corner as anything else. But I had somebody reach out to me. In fact, they reached out to me on Slack, and that led to the position that I'm in today. And so, again, I worked at 4 different companies, but for the first time in 20 years, I resigned from my job, and I am now working at a company called Weaveworks. Weaveworks, the way that I like to put it, is that we are bringing cloud native to operations. The book I wrote was about bringing cloud native to application design. And that's something that as an industry, we're fairly well along on that journey. We understand those. We understand the patterns that make it work and the anti-patterns that make it not work so well. But we're not quite as far along on what does cloud native mean to operations. And so that's the space that I'm working in and innovating in now. I am the CTO there. When I was hired, I was roughly employee number 60. We've grown. We're definitely on the beginning of a growth trajectory at the moment. And so I will repeat that we are hiring. We are hiring everything from, I definitely need an engineering manager at the moment. We're hiring engineers. We're hiring across the board, but that's kind of the space that I work in. And you might know Weaveworks through some open source projects like Flux and Flagger and WeaveNet. And you also might know us because my CEO and colleague, Alexis Richardson, coined the term GitOps. So GitOps is kind of the buzzwordy word that we have to talk about cloud native operations. Now, I've been there for a year, 10 months now, so going on a year. And looking back, again, I would say that network was what led to this opportunity. Now, also, Alexis and I had overlapped for a short time at Pivotal, but kind of that networking opportunity definitely was a start. I will share with you, this is the being vulnerable part, that being the CTO of a company is definitely not exactly the same as being in the CTO office. Don't get me wrong, that experience really helped prepare me for this. But the thing that I needed to do to step from being a part of the CTO office to being the CTO office, being the CTO, is really to trust myself. To trust myself, to be highly collaborative, to take in input from everyone else, but then to trust my judgment and trust myself to make the decisions. So that is something that I would share in retrospect as well. So finally, I think what I want to do in the last couple of minutes is first of all, and in fact, I'm going to go past that. I apologize. I think we're running out of time. I will put links up there, but I was going to share with you a trailer to a movie called Code Debugging the Gender Gap. If you have not seen it, it's a really fabulous film. And it is the film and the filmmakers who I had the fortune of meeting as they were creating this film, really were the people who helped me do something that until about 6 or 7 years ago, I had not done. And that was, while I was an underrepresented person in tech, and I did sometimes notice that I was the only woman in the room or one of the very few people in the room, I actually didn't do anything about it. Once I saw this film and got to know the systemic things that were not only keeping women from being successful in the industry, but were encouraging fewer and fewer and fewer women to go into the tech and into the industry and stay, I realized that I needed to do something about it. So I now consider myself an activist. Now, you don't have to be an activist. I'm not suggesting that at all, but I am suggesting that if you are a woman in tech, seek fellowship, because that is something that has brought an awful lot to my experience in technology. Now, the last thing that I'm going to do in the final 40 seconds or so that I have on the clock is I'm going to just build this slide out and show you what has happened in the industry in my 30-year career. We started with mainframes and we had personal computers. The internet came along, mobile phones came along, the smartphone came along. The rise of software. Used to be software was just for airline reservations and bank accounts. Now there's software for everything. The Internet of Things, and now the cloud. And what's coming next? Oh gosh, I mean, we're seeing lots of stuff in 5G, we're seeing things in AI, and plenty of other things that I don't even have on my radar. And what I want to just say in closing is that when I look back on the technological innovation and the opportunity that I've had in the last 30 years, I am so lucky and so blessed. And here's the thing, is that for many of you, you're probably not 30 years in your career. You're looking at the next 30 years in my career, in your career. But here's the blessed thing for myself personally as well, is that I wonder what the next 30 years of my career is going to look like, because I truly, honestly feel like I'm only about halfway in. I'm planning on working for a really long time. And yes, for those of you who are doing that, that means I'm not planning on retiring until I'm in my 80s. And yes, my husband does know that. So with that, I will close out and say thank you so much for your attention. And it has just been a pleasure to be here with you today. And I hope you enjoy the rest of the conference. I certainly will. Thank you.
Hello, everyone, live at Manning. Today we will be talking about how to build a chatbot in 20 minutes and what I learned from trying different machine learning libraries. Hi, my name is Lizzie, and I'm a developer evangelist at Twilio, based in San Francisco. And my amazing teammate Layla, is also speaking here. She did because she's in the UK. What are time zones? What is time? Social construct. Okay. So today we'll be going over the difference between AI, ML, and DL, some machine learning vocabulary, lessons learned from my trying different machine learning tools and libraries, and how to build a bot with Twilio Autopilot. Okay. So I like to start off with this meme. Jokes aside, artificial intelligence is more than if-else statements. Here's a secret, and don't tell my manager. I do sometimes still make chatbots if-else statements. But we will see today how other tools, such as Twilio Autopilot, make it easy to handle user input without those conditionals. Send me your favorite memes, or send links to your favorite programming memes in chat. Okay, so what's the deal with AI, ML, and DL? Artificial intelligence can be defined in multiple ways, particularly as an automated system able to analyze data and make choices autonomously. So, this is what often leads people to connect artificial intelligence to chatbots. Machine learning, or ML, is a subset of AI that uses algorithms to parse data, learn from that data, and make decisions based on that data and what it has learned. Deep learning, or DL, is a subset of ML, and thus also a subset of AI that structures algorithms in layers to make an artificial neural network that can learn and make intelligent decisions on its own. While both ML and DL fall under the broad category of AI, deep learning is what powers the more human-like artificial intelligence. Natural language processing, or NLP, is the cornerstone of AI, ML, and linguistics. It helps you decipher, understand, and make sense of human languages in a manner. Many NLP tasks make life easier for your users, such as spam detection, question answering, autocomplete, predictive typing, and detecting toxic chat messages, like in that Twilio chat app there. And that's me trying to say you suck, but that message has been deemed too toxic for the channel. Be nice on the internet, everyone. And the subset of NLP is natural language understanding, or NLU, which is the processing chain that makes sense of a given phrase. This is where the intention of text is identified. You can think of neural networks as a simplification of the human brain. Neural networks can adapt to changing, so the net possible results without having to redesign the output criteria. This is useful in generating text, music, and predicting what's next, like in predictive analysis, image recognition, and speech processing. And something that is helpful today is chatbots, which is a conversation or dialogue with users based on how it's been trained or programmed. And let me tell you, chatbots do get stuck sometimes. Have you ever said via phone and then try to change your order? In cases like answering questions or FAQs, though, chatbots do reign supreme, and something that we will see today is how you can have a hybrid bot that users can speak with the bot and then they can hand off to a human for those cases that when bots do get stuck. Okay. Lessons learned from using different ML libraries. Woo. Okay. The past few months, I've used a lot of different ML libraries and tools. We have TensorFlow and Python, TensorFlow.js for the web, which is, but TensorFlow Python does have the most support. IBM Watson, Natural Language Understanding, NLU, Google Cloud Language, Microsoft Cognitive Services, scikit-learn, Pandas, Keras, and more. That's a lot. So, something that I learned is that language matters. It's no secret that Python is pretty much the leader of having the most machine learning libraries. I did some Python in college, but since then I've done more JavaScript and other languages. So honestly, I feel like a phony for trying to use more Python-oriented like scikit-learn, Keras, and Pandas. JavaScript have some libraries available and in terms of being used for machine learning, but these mostly provide for Python or C++ libraries and cannot really always be thought of it as a standalone machine learning solution. Okay. So TensorFlow I thought was like, it's a library, it's an API. No, it is so much more than that. Like, it's a suite of both high and low products and libraries, and it's probably the most used and fastest growing, at least according to indicators like the number of job listings in Google Trends, machine learning tool framework library suite nowadays. It was created by Google, so it has the backing of a large corporation. It was originally written in Python, so it has the most Python. It's now available in a lot of languages, which is a huge advantage. It offers a lot of control and greater flexibility to what you want to do, so you can adapt TensorFlow with the TensorFlow. But it has kind of a steeper learning curve. There are some pre-trained you can use, but you can also train your own models with it. But it really helps to understand some machine learning vocabulary and concepts because there's so much that you can adjust and customize. You can do a lot with it, but it can be frustrating. And that kind of surprised me. Because people are like, oh, TensorFlow is like, does a lot of the work for you. And it does. But it does a lot of complex things for you, and you still have to know of it. Scikit-learn is a Python library that comes with off-the-shelf algorithms, like algorithms for classification, like random forests, logistic regression. I use it for decision trees here alongside pandas. I want to say pandas, but pandas like the animal. But pandas is a Python library for data manipulation and analysis. I wanted to predict whether or not a basketball team won based on certain statistics. And I still needed to understand some machine learning language and topics, but scikit-learn and is still a bit higher level, less low level than TensorFlow. Okay. Even higher level than scikit-learn and pandas is a suite of tools like Google Cloud, which offers multi-language support. Here performs real-time sentiment and entity analysis on a phone call transcription. And yes, that is Lizzo. Google Cloud offers you less control, but you can also write less code so that you customize it less. So if like the model gives you something and you're like, that's not right, you can't really change it. Google Cloud provides the functions, and I'll probably use TensorFlow or something similar on the back end. So they abstract it away for you. Similar suites of tools to Google Cloud might include Azure Cognitive Services, which I use for sentiment analysis, as well as IBM Watson NLU, which can be used for speech-to-text and also sentiment analysis, among other things. Again, they do a lot of the work for you, abstracting away a lot of machine learning on the back end so that you don't need to worry about it. Unlike TensorFlow, which you probably have to worry about it. I would say that these tools, like IBM NLU, Azure Services, and Google Cloud, are better for demos and getting up and running quickly. I'm not sure if you would use it in production because you can't really touch the model as much. But they are aimed at more everyday developers, like non-machine learning developers. So those higher level tools differ from more machine learning tools because you don't need to be an expert to understand them and use them. And you can write less code to accomplish similar tasks. Maybe the same, but again, it depends on what you want. So what should you use? It depends on how much control and customization you want. Maybe the language you prefer and the languages offered by the tools. Maybe the speed at which your task should run. And what machine learning task do you want to accomplish? text classification, image or pose recognition, text prediction or completion. Are you training? These are all things to consider. And let me know in the chat, working on anything I want to know. And that was a lot. But let's look at a Twilio product for building chatbots that does a lot of the work for us. If you don't know, Twilio as a company provides APIs for developers that make it easy to incorporate communication into your apps. If you want to add SMS, voice, video, have two-factor authentication, and more, using Python, JavaScript, Swift, C#, etc., Twilio makes that easy. Autopilot is a bot building platform where you can build a bot once in the console, maybe write some code like Python or JavaScript or something similar, and then deploy your bot across different communication channels. And Twilio, again, handles most of the machine learning on the back end for you, so you don't necessarily need to understand it at a low level. There are 3 core components to Autopilot. It handles the natural language understanding backend, so you don't need to worry about it. Performing and providing intent recognition, entity extraction, speech recognition, and provides custom entity models. So your bot will have the intelligence to understand everything your customer is saying, including all permutations, combinations of ways to say the same thing. So you don't need conditionals. This is where you do not need if-else conditionals. But at the same time, if your bot does not understand the customer or user, which is always a possibility because bots do get stuck, your bot will have the flexibility to escalate to human agents from different channels like Messenger, Slack, phone, text, chat, Alexa, Google Assistant, and more. And when it does escalate to an agent, the agent isn't because the bot can provide all the information, all the of the conversation in a seamless way. And autopilot tasks, which are what you want your bot to accomplish. Tasks represent customer goals or outcomes. Here we have a medical bot, I called it DocBot, that lets your user make an appointment, connect with the hospital, come work in the front desk, get today's staff, say hello, goodbye, a few simple tasks. How are these tasks triggered? How do they run? They're triggered by samples, which are words or phrases, real examples of how users would state their goals. And this is much easier than using if-else conditionals, like saying, if the user says something that contains doctor or hospital, do this. Instead, for this task, to trigger the make appointment, we have samples like plan an appointment, see doctor, visit hospital for an appointment, maybe something like schedule an appointment, all different ways of saying the same thing. And the machine learning on the back end is able to recognize that there are different ways of saying the same thing or wanting the same thing. Tasks are programmed using that can say or send back text. So if it's an SMS, it'll text back. If it's a phone call, it will verbally speak out the message. You can keep the task open with the listen. So after someone says something, it will stay open. We'll see an example of that soon. You can use a collect action to collect answers in a series of questions, grouping those questions together, like for the make appointment task that asks a series of questions and it groups them together. You can redirect to a different server or application to handle the input or save it to a database. You can remember the context, display an image, handle the user, and more. Actions can be static or dynamic. A static action here is a say followed by a collect with 2 questions, and then it redirects to a different task, or it could redirect to a server to do something with that, all from the JSON action in the Twilio Autopilot console, which we will see soon. On the other hand, you could write a dynamic action using functions, which is our serverless environment for Node apps. And you can see that this has a say, which contains text that the user said. So that is not static, that is dynamic, adapting to what the user said. You can customize your bot by changing default settings. Like we have different voices based on Amazon Polly, I think it's called. So you can choose different voices like Polly, Anna, Matthew. They can have accents, but English is the only language that is supported. Validation messages for the collect. So if the bot doesn't understand something, you can make it nicer. You can give it some personality. I love bots with personality. Like I saw this NFL Alexa app that was kind of sassy for, I guess it's like a football fan, American football. Change the maximum number of attempts before a failover. So the maximum number of times the bot will say, come again, I didn't catch that, before like going to a fallback task or handing off to an agent or something. And Twilio Autopilot integrates with multiple Twilio products. We will see seamless integration with Twilio functions. Again, our serverless environment for web apps. But here on the slide, you see Twilio Studio, which is a drag and drop product. So you don't need to write code. But Twilio Studio has an Autopilot widget. So you can access an Autopilot bot. And then it uses two other widgets to hand off a conversation. Twilio Flex, a programmable call center product. Because of lots of contact centers. Okay. So now it's time to build a chatbot. And here we have the most cantina. If you're a Star Wars fan, you will know that this is the galaxy's best dimly lit tavern, known for strong drinks, hot tunes, and the occasional outbreaks of shocking violence. And we're going to automate this flow. So you will either get today's specials, make a reservation, or talk to the host. So our bot will do those three things. Okay. Okay. Here we are in the Twilio Autopilot console, and I have this bot already called the Most Icy Cantina. Let's click on it. I'm gonna drink some tea. Feel my voice. Okay. I have already made the tasks, today's specials, handoff, make a reservation, greeting. So if we click on the program button for greeting, we see an empty actions array. Let's change that. Actions to include a say. We're going to say, welcome to the Most Icy Cantina. You will never find a more wretched hive of scum and villainy. And we're going to say what the bot can provide. I can provide, this is good, bot best practices to set expectations. So the user knows what the bot will do, so they're not asking it to do something else. I can provide you today's specials, connect you with a host, or help you make a reservation. That's a lot of text. Oof. Okay. And after we're writing JSON, in the JSON task bin, we're going to add listen to be true to keep the line open. And this is a static task. Okay. And we can see the train task. So this is trained on sample, can you do? What do you do? Hi, hi there, hello, hey, good morning, whatever. Okay. That is the greeting task. And all these others tasks already have what they do. Today's specials include blah, blah, blah. So we are going to test this bot out in this simulator. So you can test your bot very quickly. Gonna start over. And this is the text message bot, but it could be a voice call as well in the simulator. Let's say, I'm gonna try hi. Sometimes I get excited and I use a lot of I's. Oh, okay. Well, that was not a good idea. Hi. Okay, there we go. Now to self, don't experiment with being excited with a chatbot. Okay, and we're gonna say, what do you recommend? Okay, and then we get today's specials. That's fun, but let's try making this a phone call app. And we're going to go to channels. And I have bought a Twilio phone number. And just by coming to this, they're giving a Twilio promo code at the end for $25 worth of credits. And buy your own phone number, send your own messages and phone calls. And we're going to take this programmable voice URL, copy it. And I think this tab is the phone number. And this is the phone number. Feel free to call it. Once I set up, when a call comes in, we're going to put this voice URL. And you know what? Why not? Why not? Let's just make it an SMS bot as well at the same time. So when a call comes in, we have the voice URL. And when a message comes in, we're going to put, you guessed it, the message URL. Okay. And we will call that soon. But let's go back to our tasks and look at the task we're in now. We have make reservation, which uses a collect. It has a name, and then it asks a series of questions in the questions array. The first question is, what's your first name? And then it expects a type, which is a built-in Twilio type of first name. You can add your own types, but Twilio has some that are built for you. They're all trained. Give it a name. So if you want to access this question or this answer, you can use first name. Then it asks for questions, all with names of the questions as well. And then in the onComplete, it sends a post request to a Twilio function. Get data. And that looks like this. So we access the memory, and this is JavaScript. We access memory. We access each answer. First name, memory, Twilio, this on, which is why I never type it anymore. Collected data, the collect name, the answers array, the question name, and then the answer. Oh, I know that's a lot. A lot of copying and pasting. And then the date, time, party size. So all the questions that we asked. We create a response, which is similar to the JSON, and then we return it in a callback. And then you could also, we're not going to do this today, but you could write some code, JavaScript, and a Twilio function to, say, get information from a database during a reservation booking, or reach out to another. I've used MongoDB to save to a database from a Twilio function. Dios, you reached a database. Woo! Okay. So let's test out this phone call to make a reservation. So I'm going to call 351-247-7711. This is an American number. I think it's from Massachusetts. Okay.
Welcome to the Mos Eisley Cantina. You will never find a more wretched hive of scum and filth. I can provide you today's specials, connect you with the host, or help you make a reservation.
I'd like to make a reservation, please.
Great, I can help you with that. What's your first name?
Lizzie.
What day would you like your reservation for?
Sunday, December 22nd.
Nice. At what time?
10 in the morning.
For how many humans, Wookiees, droids, Jawas, Ewoks, life forms?
5 of us.
Great, thank you, Lizzie. I checked that the slot is available and booked it for you. See you on December 3rd, 2020 at 10 o'clock.
Okay. So that closed the session, but we could have had a redirect to a different task to keep the line open. That was making a reservation. And we can see, I think it's in queries. what was said, what I said on the call. 5 of us out the value 5. No task, it's part of the Twilio function, I guess, or make a reservation task. Lizzie, that's not how I spell my name, but close enough. I spoke it out loud. Same idea. I spelled IE. Sunday in December. It did parse out the 12:13. Is that what I said? I forget what I said. I just made it up. 10 in the morning, 10 a.m. There we go. The confidence score, which is how confident the machine learning backend is that what it thinks was said was said. Let's go back to tasks. And the last task we're going to show is the handoff for when the bot gets stuck. So we're going to say, hold on. We're going to say, hold on, we're connecting you with the owner. This is Star Wars. Sorry if this goes over your head if you haven't seen Star Wars, but you should see it. Then we're going to use a send request. This is voice. So you cannot do a handoff with text. Handoff has to be a phone call. And it'll point to HTML bin. You can think of HTML bin as a Twilio function for Twilio XML. We just write response. So response is in the middle of an existing phone call. And then in the middle of that existing phone call to the bot, we're going to dial from your Twilio phone number. And I'm going to put my own phone number, but I'm hiding that. So let's try it. Gonna call the same number. And if you want to call it yourself, this is it.
Welcome to the Mos Eisley Cantina. You will never find a more wretched hive of scum and villainy. I can provide you today's specials, connect you with the host, or help you make a reservation.
Could I speak, please?
Hold on. We are connecting you with Chamun, owner of the cantina.
Okay. And if you can see, I'm calling myself. So I'm just gonna decline. But if there was someone else here, I would have called them to show hey, it's calling someone else. Okay. That is our chatbot. And that is all I have for you today. So I'm Lizzie. I'm a developer of Datasets Twilio. You can find me Siegel@twilio.com. There's that meme again. And if you want to play around with Twilio, you can use that promo code, MainingConf2020, to make a bot, send messages, phone calls, whatever. And I will be around on the Discord and Twitch if you have any questions.
Hello there. I'm Jamie Riedesel, a staff engineer at HelloSign and a 24-year veteran of this industry. I'm also a survivor of workplace trauma, which is why I'm here today to talk to you about toxic workplaces and the habits they push you into. Because all too often, you don't really notice the toxic work environment you're in until you make the transition to a new one, when that sudden sharp contrast suddenly makes so many things absolutely clear. You look back at all the terrible things you put up with in the new place for people actually listening to you. They're asking how your day was, and they seem to be actually listening. It's not just something they say because people say things. They care. And if you actually admit that something went wrong in your life, they're there for you, and they're working to build that empathy, and they care about how your work is going. Meanwhile, all too often, you're not really noticing these little particles of toxicity that are floating off of you into the water around you. Stuff that you brought with you from your previous environments, making you just a little bit more toxic to your coworkers. My job here today is to slowly call a lot of you out, because so many of us have been through these environments and we have these toxic coping behaviors. And I want you to actually reflect on these things and think about how you've done this in the past. To do this, we needed to look at the Google Rework blog, which posted several years ago now, and was also the blog post that brought the phrase psychological safety to all discussions of workplace culture. But the thing is, there are also 4 other things in that blog post about what a successful team is. And I'm going to show today that if you're missing on any of the 5, you have toxic attributes in your workplace. Now, no discussion of psychological safety is really doable without discussing Dr. Westrum's A Typology of Organizational Cultures. Now, what Dr. Westrum did was examine hospital safety cultures back around 2003, 2004, and looked at how they faced reducing defects in the workplace. And this ties into the work Dr. Nicole Fosgren has been doing as part of the DevOps report for the last several years, which looks at which she has found out is that software cultures and hospital safety cultures share a lot of attributes because we're very sensitive to defects. In hospitals, defects lead to deaths and malpractice suits and a bunch of other things. In software systems, defects lead to unhappy customers and get to the bottom line. We're very focused on delivering this service highly reliable. And what Dr. Fosgren and Westrum have found is that, broadly speaking, there are three organizational types that cultures can be grouped into. The pathological or power-based ones where status is literally everything. The bureaucratic or rules-based environments, which are based around those rules. Everything has a place and you know where it's going. And the generative or performance-based environments is based around getting things done, pursuing the goals of the organization. What Dr. Fosgren has shown again and again is that generative software organizations ship software faster and with fewer defects. It is very much the place you want to be, and she's shown a year-over-year increase in organizations that look to be generative. But the thing is, each of these environments has their own little stressors, and I'm going to need to show them to you. But as I do this, there's three questions I need you to ask yourself, and that is, have I reacted this way at a current or previous job? This is all about introspection here. And why was that the way to survive the job? Now, the thing to remember is that survival is not a bad thing. You did that to survive. That was a good thing you did. And how did that follow me to my next jobs? Because not every survival technique is applicable in all circumstances. And as you ask these questions of yourself, you begin to become aware of different tendencies you have. Psychological safety in pathological environments. Now, the biggest stressor here in pathological environments is status is literally everything. Without status, you are nothing. Without status, you are mocked. Without status, you're the lowest person in the room and you can't get anything done. Also, because status is what it is, it means that only the boss can make changes. You can propose changes, but you propose it to your boss, who's the one who determines whether or not that gets done, and then they're the one who made the change, not you. And job duties change at your boss's whim. Your boss has power over you, therefore you go where your boss says. And if you're doing nothing but dealing with garbage tickets for day after day after day because your boss said so, well, that's just what you're doing, and there's literally nothing you can do about it. But the thing is, because failure is a direct threat to status, any threat to status must be dealt with, and failure is the biggest one. So you learn to bury failure so no one can see it. You just ignore it and hope no one notices. And if someone does notice, you try to pin it on somebody else because you need someone else to take that fall, because digging out of the doghouse when you lose status takes so much effort. So being in a pathological environment means you learn to see power games in literally everything. If you sit down at a conference room table with 6 people you've never been with or maybe been with a little bit, unless you already know you're the most powerful person in that room, you're going to be a little quiet. You're going to be watching. Who knows each other in this room? Who are the power players? Who's the people that the other people are deferring to? So you can kind of intuit those little power structures so you know who you need to keep happy, whose attention you need to keep in order to pursue your goals, and whose opinion you need to maintain. And of course, you learn to bury, cover up, or scapegoat the problems so that don't stick to you. Failure is scary. And like all domestic abuse survivors everywhere, you learn to mind read your abuser boss. Now, pathological environments are enabled by your manager. They may be perpetuating an existing shitty system, or they may be actually crappy themselves. So it is incumbent upon you, the person trying to survive this environment, to know when your boss is in a bad mood. Because if your boss is in a bad mood, ain't nobody going to have a good day. And on some teams, that means you have to have that terrible conversation with your coworker to know who needs to take one for the team so the entire team can survive. It's a horrible conversation, but it does happen. And of course, the best way to deal with this pathological environment is completely detached from everything. Just do what you are told to do and nothing more, nothing less. If you're on garbage ticket duty, that's fine. I have a paycheck. That's all I'm here for. It's building a paycheck. We're doing garbage duty. Who cares? Complete detachment. Bureaucratic environments are rules-driven, and the rules are where the stress comes in. Because when you have all these rules, making change is hard, because you have to be kind of this painful or more in order to get on the change management bandwagon. So if the problem is not quite there, you just sort of learn to ignore them, just live with the little problems, because it's not, it's not painful enough to go through all that bother with. Or if it's kind of close to the line where you have to pay attention to it, you spin it. Or maybe upper management spins it. No, actually, this is a good sign for the reliability of our environment. Because if we can tolerate these problems and still continue with the goals of the mission, it shows how resilient our system is. Pure spin. That's all it is, pure spin. And because of the rules, you have very inflexible job duties. Your job is in this box, right here. This is your job. You will not be out of that box. Getting out of that box takes a lot of work. So you, trying to survive a bureaucratic environment, learn to just tolerate small problems because it's too hard to fix things. Or maybe you just ignore them because someone else will deal with it eventually because it's not your job. Or maybe you make local workarounds. Perhaps your team is working with an API made by another team and they've got some janky type issues in their API. And you've been on them to try to fix it, but they keep not doing it because that's not their problem, that's our problem. So you end up building a little shim library in your API that consumes theirs to deal with the problem, because building that shim is easier than getting them to fix their broken stuff. And because of those boxes, if someone asks you to do a job outside your box, you just learn from a very early in that particular job to say, nope, that's not my job, I can't help you. Maybe talk to them, maybe they can help you, just sort of immediately forward it on. And if you actually do want to get that janky type problem fixed, the best way is to get your manager to consider it a problem. Because if you talk to your manager, that other manager over there is a peer. So you talk to your manager who talks to their manager who talks to that team and gets the job fixed. In direct communication. Generative environments, for all of their high performance and work very well for software, they still have stressors. And it all comes down to the amount of feedback that you need to do. Because the need for feedback is continuous. When you've worked in these environments, you may have noticed that you get asked continually, how am I doing? How's it going? Tell me how I can improve. 1, 2, 4 times a year, you're doing 360 reviews for your boss, your coworkers, people in other teams, and other areas. And the feedback is constant. The feedback is seemingly never ending, and it's detailed too. And you can just get really exhausted fast. And because generative environments respond to the needs of the organization, your duties shift rapidly. A little bit like the pathological, but for different reasons. Like maybe for a couple of weeks, you're over here in one team working on an interesting set of features that ships, and you move to a different team and you're working with another group of people for a couple of sprints, and you kind of Zen disco your way into a different area and finish it up. Just all around, you're sort of moving around as your talents are needed in different areas, moving at the needs of the organization, which means your coworkers are weirdly variable. So because of all that feedback and that feedback overload, you learn how to give the absolute minimum viable feedback. 7 of 10, I like working with Ken. No other details, just as minimum you can get. Disengagement, of course. But here's something else that generative environments are actually toxic for a lot of people. Because if you're someone who, if you end up having to sit several desks over from where you usually sit, and you're sort of off your game for a few days until you readjust to the changes in your environment, generative environments can be incredibly harmful. If you're someone who's like that, a bureaucratic environment may be better fit for you, and that's fine. Do that, absolutely do that. Generative environments aren't for everyone. Now, we've taken care of psychological safety, so team members now feel safe to take risks. We need to start working on some of the other ones. But as we do that, this is my reminder to you that this is your time to reflect on what it is I'm saying. So if you're aware of a tendency, you can consciously address it. A lot of the problems here are because of unconscious tendencies, and I'm trying to bring them forward, bring them up, call you out, and make you go, oh, crap, I do that, don't I? That's good, that's what the point is. So listen to what I'm saying and reflect on the past. Now, dependability. Team members get done what they promise. So now we have psychological safety, but not dependability. If you can't depend on your coworkers, you end up doing it all yourself because you're the only person you can depend upon. And because of that, you don't really listen to other people when they say they will help you. Okay, maybe you do, but you always have that contingency plan for in case they flake out, because you're still convinced in your heart of hearts that they're just going to flake off at some point. Maybe you'll be happily surprised and they'll actually follow through. Great. Being happy in the workplace feels good, but you're still ready for them to completely flake out. And again, if you can't depend on your coworkers, being asked to do something beyond your means you're being set up for failure. So you try to shovel that onto someone else because you can't do it all. You're not. No, it's not. Oh, I can't do that. So and so is more senior. Have them do it. So you just sort of shovel off over there, as opposed to potentially taking these stretch assignments and having your coworkers help you complete it. You just shed it off. So if you can't depend on your coworkers, the structure and clarity, the roles, goals, and plans don't matter as well, because you can't trust them to do what they're supposed to, and you can't trust them to follow the plans, and that certainly means you can't trust them to get to where we're going in terms of goals. So you learn to motivate your coworkers yourselves, and that's a couple of ways of doing that. But so you learn to make friends. So as the structure of the organization can't supply this, you'll do it yourself, the old-fashioned human get to know you. You make friends. You do favors, power games and manipulation to get them to see you positively, so that you, when you come up to them and say, okay, I need you to do this thing for me. And together we can make this work. Wouldn't that be nice? Thank you. What you're doing is try to make it a personal failure if they don't follow through. Try to add, since the organization can't do it, make it all yourself. Personal relationships to nudge people. Now, this happens to be a very feminine form of power usage, because feminine anger is not really allowed in our society. So this is one avenue that's still there. So a lot of women learned this very early on, that a smile, changing yourself to meet someone's expectations, is the way to get people to listen to you and get your goals advanced. Now, yeah, it's not a bad thing. I told this before. It's not a bad thing to survive, and this is definitely a survival technique. Just know when you're doing it and why you're doing it. That's all I'm asking. And if you can't depend on your coworkers, it's hard to feel your work is important, because no one's giving you the support you need. So you focus inwardly and work on what you think is important, regardless of what anyone else thinks. Who cares about the goals of the organization? You're here to learn Rust. We're learning Rust here. Great. I don't care exactly what we're working on, but I do care that I'm learning Rust this job. And since you can't depend on your coworkers, it's hard to feel that your team's work is important, because no one can get anything done because they're too busy faffing around. So if you need to get things done, you learn to make friends in other teams and try to fix it that way. Again, extend that personal relationship thing to beyond your team. Make friends in other teams that you know you can trust on. Your team that's cross-team, and do it that way. Or you do the opposite direction. Just detach from the goals entirely. You don't care. You're just here to learn Rust. That's what we're doing this job. Structure and clarity. People have clear plans, roles, and goals. We know where we're going, we know who's doing it, we know how to measure it when we get there. So at this point, we have psychological safety and dependability. So you're safe, you can depend on your coworkers, but it's pretty casual. Now here's an interesting thing about the tech industry, is that they're really fond of the two-pizza team. That is somewhere between 4 and 7 individuals on a team. Any more than that, and they try to break it up. Now, interesting thing happens when you get to a team that size is you just know who does what. I mean, just human being with each other, you just know who's good at what thing, who's good at another thing, who wrote a thing there. You just know that. So that gives you some roles, but that doesn't give you where you're going or how you measure them. And how do you figure out what other teams are doing? And why don't your goals matter for some reason? Because clearly they don't at this point. So without structure or goals, the sense of your work being important is hard to maintain. And so you end up working on what hurts the most right now. So your coworkers can depend upon you, because you have this team. They're pretty great. You like each other. So you want to make sure that you're in good graces with your coworkers. So you work on the things that maintain that more than anything. Goals of the organization go hang. You're more interested in your team. Now, an old manager of mine shared an interesting phrase about this phenomenon, and I'm going to quote him now. And he said to me, "So-and-so only works on what hurts the most right now. So the trick of working with them is to make sure your thing hurts more than anything else he's working on." He called that pain-based management. It's an evil word, but it's a good description for the act of just working on what hurts the most right now. This can come from a few different ways. We'll cover a different one later on. But in this case, if you're only working on something that hurts the team the most, you can clear that, you get the gratitude of your peers. I mean, that's the entire mechanism of that. You're just trying to clear the pain out. So if you don't have structure or clarity or goals, well, without structural goals, the sense of your work having impact is hard to maintain, so you ignore quarterly goal setting entirely because it just doesn't matter. Something else always comes up. If you're on a software team, you just look to the next sprint because that's what you're going to be doing for the next 1, 2, 3, or 4 weeks, or however long your sprints are. You never look at quarterly goal setting because something always takes you off of it, or the organization veers off sideways, or your ideas are never listened to, or whatever it is. You only focus on today's task list, this sprint, or whatever's going on. Next, we're working on demeaning. Work is personally important to team members. At this point, we have psychological safety. We can depend on our coworkers. We know where we're going, what we're doing, and how we're measuring it, but we just doesn't feel important for some reason. So it's an interesting thing that happens here, and this is the thing that screwed me up in my worst job ever. Now, the thing is, this team actually felt pretty great. I was working with a team. We got on well. We were safe. We were dependable. We knew where we were going, and we were tight. And it felt like one of the best jobs I ever had, even though it absolutely wasn't. And it took me leaving it and being away from it for years to realize just how fundamentally toxic that job was. This is how sneaky toxicity can be sometimes. And how we do that is, well, if what you think is important is not what management thinks is important, it destroys your faith in management doing the job. And that leads to you with your group of friends, you build a strong sense of cynicism, and you do it in a group. Because if you come out of a meeting with a customer crying because it just didn't go well, they'll circle up, they'll sit down, have empathy with you, say, yeah, I've totally been there. I've had days when I've ended up crying 5 times in my cubicle, okay? So you're not alone, huddle up. And it feels great, that sense of empathy, that sense I've got your back is strong. And that's what got me. I got this sense of cynicism. It's like, yeah, that's just how it is. No one listens to us. And if what you're working on is the wrong thing, it's hard to feel you or your team is doing all it can for the organization, or just reinforces that cynicism again. It feels like only your team actually knows how anything works around here. So again, it fills up that cynicism again. It's like, eh. Now here's the funny thing about cynicism is that it's an entirely human response to power imbalances. You see something similar for people whose job it is to clean up other people's messes. We're talking animal control officers, emergency room professionals, police officers to a certain extent, and say like a schoolroom janitor whose job it is to clean up kid puke all day. You know, you tend to get a little salty about the people working here, but you know, the job has its rewards and you tend to be a little cynical with your peers. I mean, that's the mechanism I'm talking about here. Now, impact, this last one. Team members think the work matters. At this point, you've got the right stuff. You're working on the right things, your team is getting good, your team is hitting its goals and it feels pretty good. But that sense that your work has impact is lacking. What happened here? Maybe the important stuff was given to other people and you're just left with the housekeeping work. Maybe you're the junior on the team. In order to teach you, they're giving you all the bug fix tickets because that teaches you the code base very fast. You know, nothing teaches like fixing other people's problems because that's how a lot of people learn. Problem is, fixing other people's problems is not what a lot of us got into this industry to do. You know, it's to build new things. So you end up sort of shrugging, detaching, and using your free time to YouTube videos of interesting things like workplace culture. Hi, I'm glad you're with us. I hope your next job is working better for you. I mean that honestly. Or maybe they need more of you, but aren't getting it. Maybe you are a security team that got hired into a startup at the 50-person level because they want to be serious about security. And they're okay as you're onboarding, but the thing is, every time that security team gets crosswise with product wins every single time. It's hard to feel that they're taking your priorities as much as they can. So in order to get your priorities elevated, you end up going back to the political thing, playing head games with management to try to get them to increase your resources. Do whatever manipulative tricks you can to get them to think that, oh yeah, really, we should pay attention to this. Or maybe you just detach again. This is a common theme, detachment. Just stop focusing on the future and just focus on what hurts right now because can't help it. We're just going to fix the job as it comes on. Now, this is this is the other half of the pain-based management, because certain QA teams get this too, so if you're at the end of a bottomless ticket queue that will never end, and the only jobs you clear are the ones labeled critical or more, because there just isn't enough of you to clear them. Some of you have had these jobs. I've had these jobs. The kind of thing where you look at the daily task spreadsheet and you've got pages 7 through 400 that will never be looked at, and you only look at the first 3 pages. That's the kind of thing. So other people learn that the only way to get you to do anything is flag their jobs critical, and maybe they might get some attention. That's another form of pain-based management, and it's also incredibly toxic. Or maybe they don't value your team as much as it should, because whatever the reason. So you end up making friends in other departments to get them to pitch into management for your goals. Maybe you're that QA team who's buried under a ticket queue, and you're looking to push some improvements to kind of clear that. So you end up, again, make friends in other departments, build that coalition, and convince the people that need to be convinced that you need more resources to do your job. Or maybe you do that power game thing where you try to find who the cool kids are, get into the cool kids and get them to do whatever it is you need to do, change you however much you need to get in with the cool kids, get them on your side so they can pitch your stuff, and maybe you can fix your resourcing problem. Or maybe you take something out of the pathological toolkit and you engineer an incident to demonstrate your team's worth, because nothing says worth like saving the day. Now, this is actually incentivized in pathological environments, because if you can get away with it and people find out about it later, people will be like, all right, she can play, good job. You pull this off in a generative environment and you'll be fired so fast you won't even know what hit you. It's amazing how fast that goes. So there's a lot of ways to solve this. Now, I've also talked about a lot of things, but I also want to talk about what we can do about it. So, have I reacted this way at a current or previous job? You probably have heard something now. Think about that now. We're going to talk about mediation in a few slides. Why was that the way to survive at that job? Because clearly it was. Something there taught you that this is the way this is the way the workplace works, and you did it. Earlier jobs are better about building these than others because you don't know how the lay of the land works yet. Some of you may have to go back 20, 30 years to see this. And how did that follow me to my next jobs? This introspection is very key. So, fixing it. You need to understand the motive behind the behavior. Why did you do this? What was it? Maybe you're reacting to perceived lack of credibility, because a lot of the pathologies I talked about here, you're not being listened to, no one believes you have the authority to talk about these things, stem from a lack of credibility, especially if you've come from pathological environments where you're just sort of trying to see the power games everywhere. And those of you who are managers and you've had new people come on your team and they just never talk in meetings just because even if you've pushed them to, they just never talk. Some of it is that some people come to the table convinced that the only way that they can speak in a group setting is after they've established their bona fides. Just showing up at the table isn't enough. And they need to do something to prove that they belong there. So are you reacting to perceived lack of credibility? Why do I think I can't speak in this particular setting? Examine that, look at it, examine the motive. Or maybe you're reacting to power games. Maybe you've come from a pathological environment and change into something gloriously generative. They seem to actually care, but you can't turn off that little thing in your head that's looking for who the cool kids are that you have to keep happy. And you're sitting in your team meetings and you can't figure out who they are. The manager, obviously, but you can't figure out who the number one is, the one employee who's got the boss's ear, whose opinion you need to have. You just can't find it. And so, convinced that there's power games that you can't see, you play it safe, so you stay quiet until you can figure out how it works. Or do you feel like you have no control of your workload? Remember that endless ticket queue I spoke of a little bit ago? That kind of thing. People keep piling work on you, and you just get to this point, you just do whatever it is you can today, as much as you can, and just don't stress about it and move on. Or that the team has no control. These things teach you that you can't affect your work. And so you just stop suggesting ways to stop pain, where in generative environments, that feedback is very critical. Please tell your manager you're having trouble keeping up. They love that feedback in there. It's feedback. Generative environments are all about feedback. And what is it really that tells you that goals and targets don't matter? And what is it really about this environment that does that? Because now that you've identified some areas to look at, you need to work on weakening the behavior. And this takes time. It's hard because whenever you have identified something you do for psychological safety, for survival, not doing the thing is the thing that will get your limbic system into mode. And it's hard. You definitely need to give yourself rewards for taking those risks. But one of the better methods for this, I've found, is to look on your current environment and your past environments and examine in detail in ways you probably haven't done before. How are they different? Look at how people talk to each other. Look at how failure was managed. Was failure punished, or was failure embraced in a post-mortem process in which people learned from it and they got better from it? Now, if you're coming from an environment where failure is punished, that post-mortem process feels like a tribunal where they've got a bunch of people staring directly at you and asking you, so how did you mess up today? Okay, thank you. Please be honest. And you're sitting there sweating bullets because you're just not used to that blameless, because nothing could ever be blameless, obviously. No, actually, sometimes it can. And that's a very hard thing to get out of if you got it in your head that failure will get you fired or worse. Also enlist your manager in this if you can trust it, because every generative manager I've ever worked with has a little line item on their job duties for employee development, getting their workers better integrated in the workforce. So if you come to them and said, hello, manager, I would like you to help me become a better member of the workforce, every single one of them will jump on you in glad cries and say, thank you. That was one of the hardest things I need to check off during my own performance reviews, and you just gave me an easy way to do that. I am on team you. Tell me whatever you need to do. I am here for you. And maybe that's, you ask them, give me a little thumbs up or something after I've spoken up in a meeting, just a reward that I took the risk and you see that you're encouraging it. They will do that. The good managers will absolutely encourage you in this. They'll be on team you. They'll work on these things for however it is you need to get things rearranged in your head to help. And also, as a manager, be very aware of the differences between group settings, meetings, and one-on-one conversations. As I talked earlier about those group settings, so many people, when they come to a group setting, are reacting to perceived power imbalances or credibility. So you need to be aware of how things, some people never speak up at a meeting, but they may be very chatty in one-on-ones. Talk to them in your one-on-ones, build that empathy, start working with them to figure out where they've been in the past, what brought them into where they are now in terms of how they work, and maybe you can work with them to start detuning these things. Now, I've been through a lot, and hopefully I've given you plenty to work about. I'll see you in the Discord. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for joining in for the session today. I have been working with Manning Publications since 2012, and I'm so excited to present at this conference today. Thanks for the opportunity, Candice. So today I'll talk about the Java certifications. Why is it important for the industry and developers? How it can help developers like you to level up your Java skills and progress in your career. And what is it that is stopping you from writing these certifications? In the session, I'll also cover a part of my journey, why I wrote the Java certifications almost 2 decades back, why they are still relevant, and what is it that I'm trying to change with the books that I write with Manning, and what I hope existed the time when I wrote my certifications. And just in case if you're trying to Google me to find out what I do apart from presenting at conferences like this, you can stop now. I work as a developer advocate with JetBrains. I am a Java champion, author of multiple books on Java certifications with Manning Publications. I also work closely with developer communities like Women Who Code Delhi and Delhi Java User Group. I present at conferences, meetups, and also colleges. And at Women Who Code Delhi, I also lead the publication of Technology Grid, which is our monthly newsletter. In this newsletter, I publish the interview success story of a senior woman leader and also cover the other events that we have at Women Who Code Delhi chapter. The intent of the newsletter is to showcase or to tell everyone that having a career is not a choice for women, it's a norm. So before I get started with the session topic, I want you to answer this quick question in the chat window, and I'll discuss the answer towards the end of the session. Imagine you have to undergo a robotic surgery. The surgeon is qualified and experienced, but the equipment that they're supposed to work with, they don't have experience with that equipment. Would you still go forward? Would you still move forward with that surgery? Probably you can type yes, no, maybe, up to you. So I have been talking that yes, Java certifications are important, but is Java important? So for you to think about writing Java certifications, yes, it is. At present, there are more than 51 billion active Java virtual machines, and out of those, 30 billion are based in the cloud. I just talked about the JVM numbers. So what about the developers? So if the total number of developers is 13.5 million, Java developers is 9.1 million, which is the top programming language. So good to know. Software development with Java. Web services is the bracket that takes up, you'll find applications of Java the most. And the other, the industry where Java is used, finance and fintech. And these are the domains that we could talk about where Java is either number 1, number 2, or number 3. So when we're talking about microservices, big data, DevOps, mobile, chatbots, continuous development tools, all of these, Java takes number 1 position. So what are you thinking of? Yes, Java is still the number 1 programming language. So let's talk about the Java certifications. So this is me right out of the college with a computer science degree, but with not a matching job. And this could also be the story of, let's say, Pavni or Joe, who are new developers, or about Paul, who's trying to transition from another programming language to Java. Paul doesn't look so happy. I know experienced programmers, they are not as happy as new developers or fresh graduates. We all know that. So why Java certification? Getting started in a new language like Java is difficult. There are so many topics out there. And how do you know which one is more important, relevant, and what are the topics that are absolute essential that you must know about before getting started with writing your programs? What if I could have a magic wand which could kind of highlight the topics which are essential or important to know than the others, like this? What could be better if I could chalk out a path from one topic to the other? Let's say if there could be a magic wand, again, which says that I should be knowing arrays before starting with, let's say, streams or multi-threading. So this is exactly what Java certification does. It highlights the topics that are important, crucial, relevant to you for every Java developer. It also has a path that you can follow to figure out which topics you should be studying before the others. So quickly, what is the essence of the Java certifications? Let me start by sharing how the Java certifications has helped me in my career. When I wrote the Java certification almost 2 decades back, I was able to understand the Java topics which were on the exam inside out. I was very comfortable about using those topics in the projects that I worked with later. I was able to clear all the technical interviews with ease. I was able to command a higher salary, and I was respected a lot by my peers. And as I mentioned earlier, the Java certifications are recognized by the industry the world over. When I applied for working on projects in multiple companies, my certifications were recognized by every company that I applied to. It was a game changer for me. And the benefits that I saw 2 decades back, I can still see all those benefits now. Let's assume that you don't take up Java certification. So what are your options of learning Java, learning how to program in Java? The alternates are you can use books, courses, hackathons, or you could learn on the job. But all of these have some disadvantages. With the books and courses, you don't know whether the topics which are being covered in the book, they are validated by the creators of Java, because when I talk about the Java certifications, they are by Oracle, who are the stewards of Java. So Java is developed in the open. Around 80% of the contribution comes from Oracle, 20% is the rest, but still the stewardship is with Oracle and the certifications is by Oracle. Hackathons and on the job, not so great. I don't consider them as great ideas or ways to learn how to program in a language, because I would like to compare that with high risk. Imagine, let's go back to the example that I mentioned in the beginning. What if you have your project and like a surgeon, you say, okay, let me just kind of learn how to do a surgery, how to perform a surgery. And if this one fails, that's okay. I can try the other one. I would be more careful on the other one. That's not how you do, because the projects that you work on, they are live projects. If you fail because you did not know the essentials of Java, your project would suffer. The company that you work with would suffer. You would be investing time and resources which you can never get back. So knowing the bare minimum topics is essential for any Java programmer. A lot of people ask me, is certification for people with a degree in computer science? Because if yes, they could probably just skip this Java certifications. That is not the case, because the universities, they standardize the academics, but the industry standardize the IT skills, and your programming in Java is one of your IT skills. Let's go back to the example that I mentioned earlier. Skills to handle robotic equipment. You could equate that with a craft, and the crafts and the equipment that you work with, they are not static, they are dynamic. They change over time. The new techniques could come in, new equipment could come in, the craft itself could change. So you could have a similar, you could compare it with your Java skills. New versions of Java come in. You have new programming paradigm coming in, new principles, a lot of things which are being added. So Java is not static, it is dynamic, and it keeps on changing, or it evolves with time. And the certifications can bring in all the changes to you. They are updated regularly by Oracle. So once you write a certification, you can upgrade to a newer version of Java. So like the skills change, and you need to be you need to keep yourself updated in the similar manner. The certifications let you be updated on the latest in Java. And your crafts, they need basic hygiene. I'm not talking about these without any first-hand knowledge. I have written the exam, and I have also been interviewing a lot of people on the benefits of certification across the globe. So every person that I interviewed, they have been talking about some benefits or the other, in terms of whether they talk about an increase in salary, increase in the confidence when they work on the Java projects, or getting to know the new projects better, the existing projects better, peer recognition, industry recognition. All these certifications, they are recognized by the industry the world over. So they have a lot of benefits to offer to you. And I'm not talking about the certificate that you get at the end of after the process. I'm talking about the journey. I'm talking about the process. What you learn through the process is really what matters, which really helps you in all these advantages that I mentioned. And yes, we have a good news. So this month, Oracle released a new certification on Java 11, and you would have to write just one certification with only 50 questions, of course, with a duration of 90 minutes. And if you compare that to the older exam, it was a combination of 2 exams that you had to write with 90 questions each to pass, to be certified as a Java 11 programmer. But now it's just 1 exam. And if you want to kind of go through the exam topics, this is it. And you can also visit this link to find out all the details about the exam. So this is 2 pages of exam objectives. There are other certifications in Java, which is Java Associate. So there are multiple categories that I can talk about in Java certifications. You have associate level, you have professional level, you have master level, you have certifications in core Java, and you also have certification in enterprise Java. So you can visit Oracle's website and know further details on the one that you want to write. So in this session, I would only be covering about the developer exam, which is the Oracle Certified Professional exam, and it would be covering the Java SE, which is the Java Standard Edition. Yes, if Java certification is important, if Java skills are important for developers and the industry, why is it hard to write these certifications? I would like to compare that with falling in love and staying in love. We all know that falling in love is easy, but staying in love is difficult. So thinking about writing the Java certification is important. That's the easy part. But preparing for the Java certification is difficult because it's a long process. You have to probably prepare on a regular basis, which is difficult, of course, with your personal and professional commitments. And who gets excited about writing a new exam? No one? Yes, that's the problem. So let's see, how can we make the process fun? Yes, how is the question? In the books that I have been writing with Manning Publication, I use a lot of images to make the exam preparation fun, like Java 9 introduced compact strings. So I compared Java strings with a big gown in Java 8 and earlier editions. And with compact string, the space that it used to, the space every string uses has been reduced from 2 byte per character to 1 byte per character. So this is Java 8, and in Java 9, it has been trimmed. I know, little weird, funny, but gets the point across. And the most important thing, you remember it while you are writing the exam. So this is what I just mentioned, 1 byte per character in Java 9 and later version. Of course, if you are using a character set, which is okay to use just 1 byte. Otherwise, it can go to, if you're using UTF-16 encoding, it would use 2 bytes per character. But most of the strings, they use the Latin 1 encoding, and they are good for 1 byte per character. Yes, Java 9 and beyond, you can customize the JRE that you want, and you can just pick and choose the modules that you want for your application. So the JDK is modularized, and you can create your own runtimes. Another pick to help you remember how the modules can help. This is one of my favorites. When I started program in Java, I got confused a lot of time with the default access level and the protected modifier. So I'm comparing that with the things on an island. So if the island is not accessible, the things which are on the island, they can never be accessible. Postfix and prefix operators, unary operators in postfix and prefix notation, one of the pain points of every Java developer that I know when they get started. So this image helps you really understand what goes in at each and every step. Object creation, variable declaration, another pain point, because yes, and a lot of time the Java compiler adds bits and pieces of the code, and you might not know. So it's always good to know what happens behind the scenes when you are learning a new language. And the string pool, another area which is not so easy for new developers to understand. Having a pictorial representation of a lot of concepts really helps you understand the concepts quickly and retain them. So this is how an instance would refer to itself. A pictorial representation of how the control falls through when an exception occurs in your code. This is again now the hand-drawn or the stick images are my favorite. In this image, I'm talking about the type inference in Java for the local variables, how programmers might confuse using this concept. And this is a map which is similar to Google Maps. So instead of using the pins, I'm using star to point out where you could use where you can initialize or define variables using var. Equals hash code. If you are one of the developers who doesn't remember what is the difference and what are the rules, this is for you. Arrays and collections, they are one of the difficult concepts when you get started. Go for the images, get to know how they work, and it looks happy, doesn't it? Generics, another pain point when developers are getting started with programming in Java. Threads, always difficult to grasp, to understand what happens when you are asking a thread to yield. Does that yield the execution or give away the control right then? No. When it does, view the image. Another funny image to get to answer a lot of your exam questions. We're talking about the Java compiler again. Generics is back here. Localization and internationalization, two of the important concepts, again, which I have demonstrated using images. Again, this is the difference between a locale and the difference when you specify the language or only the region. We're talking about the bundles which are used to implement localization and internationalization. This is also one of my favorite image where a programmer is trying to kind of understand. So you really need to kind of shake people to make them wake up and understand the concepts. This is one of them. The other one is talking about money and world. Does that make you really wake up and pay attention? What else? Big cats. If only the tiger could read, they would know that they have to enter from door number 1 because it says animals, and door number 2 says tigers. So that's okay. We can assume a lot of things because it's just an image. I know, funny, weird, but as I said, gets the point across. This is again one of my favorite. Diamonds and coffee. Do you think diamonds and coffee can help you understand exceptions in Java? Yes. View the image for yourself. Interfaces. Again, when I got started with learning how to program in Java, grasping the how to use an interface was very difficult or not so easy. When I got started with the programming in Java, working with interfaces, the syntax was very simple, but how to implement it is a bit tricky. So this could help you understand how to do that. Oh my God, how many times would I say this is my favorite? But yes, this is another of my favorite image where I talk about how multi-dimensional arrays are defined in Java, or how the objects are stored in Java, or how you could visualize them to be stored. Because when you visualize things, it helps you answer a lot of things. Because an element of object array could point to an object of another class. It could be null. It could point to other objects or another array. So that's what makes it different. So I just mentioned we talked about a couple of concepts on how the compiler could add in a code, and it is important to know those behind the scenes. So we're talking about the default implementation of toString and the enum constants, how the enums are defined by you, and the compiler, how does the compiler change its definition, of course, on compilation. The other USP or the unique point about my book is the exam questions that I have, which is I encourage people to write, I encourage the readers to write your own exam questions, because how does it feel when you are interrogated by another person, or when the other person is asking you questions? And if you could turn the tables around, and instead of answering the questions, you could ask the questions. I know it really sounds interesting, but apart from sounding interesting, it lets you understand what's going on in the mind of the person who's creating the questions. So let's talk about the different type of questions that you might see on this exam. So I have here multiple types where I have identified what is the type. One question could have just code, one could have no code, other could have simple code but tricky options. So there are multiple exam question types that I talk about in my book. For example, here is in the next couple of slides, I would show you some exam questions which I created using the same concept but a different format. So this is a simple code I have here, but the questions, the options to this question, they are a bit tricky. The same topic on your method main, but now I don't have any code. So this is again the same method main, but I have a lot of code and the simple answer options. So this is how I could create different type of questions, changing the format and the answer options. So when you try and create some of these questions, you really get to understand how the examiner is, what does the examiner expect when he's, when you have these questions, when you even try and write a couple of these questions, you would try to kind of know what is it that the examiner wants out of these questions from you. One of the exam questions that uses an array. The other interesting thing about the books that I write is the twist in the tail, because it is not possible to cover every corner case in a book. So what I have done is, let's say I have this code in the book, I would pick up this code, and right after the code, I would have a twist in tail exercise where I would modify just bits and pieces of the code, and I would ask you to answer a question based on the modified code. What is the intent? The intent is to let you kind of understand that even small changes to the code can completely make it behave in another way. I completely agree that as developer, you already know this, but a lot of time when we are reading through a book, we don't pay a lot of attention to small changes. And when we get to answer the question based on the modified code, we really don't invest a lot of time in re-evaluating the logic, and we just answer what we had in the previous question. So this is what I'm trying to do with the twist in the tail exercises. Another example. And the last part is I really encourage anyone who's reading the book to note their aha moments. And if it was an in-person session, I would have really requested people who are sitting next to each other to share kind of any aha moment that they had until now about the session, anything that they got to know with what they did not earlier. So that's the kind of things, because when you note down those aha moments, or when you talk about those aha moments, that really helps. Thank you so much for listening to this session, and I wish you all the best, and I hope that you are able to write your next Java certification and score well. Good luck to you. Bye-bye.